Waheshimiwa, na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, continue ringing the division bell. We have no quorum. Okay. 1 minute to take it.
Recognition. Yeah.
He might not be aware because he has not signed it yet. That one, he had not signed it. So they had brought an advance copy here, just in case. And they are sitting there. There's only one. There's only one. Not all of mine.
If you're just joining us, these are live pictures from the National Assembly. And now let us hand you over for this live broadcast. The quorum has been achieved.
Orders, Sergeant. We now have quorum. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order. Take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable members, I wish to recognize members of the County Assembly of Kilifi. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of members of the County Assembly of Kilifi seated at the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises members of the County Assembly's House Business Committee. They are the Honorable Teddy Mwambire, MCA, Speaker of the County Assembly, the Honorable Stephen Mwaro, MCA, the Honorable Grace Mwangi, MCA, the Honorable Agnes Sidi, MCA, the Honorable Tete Haron, MCA, the Honorable Emmanuel Changawa, MCA, and the Honorable Benson Ngirani, MCA. Honorable members, the delegation is accompanied by 5 officers of the County Assembly. They are on a visit to benchmark with the National Assembly with a view to learning best practices and sharing experiences in the execution of their mandates. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the House, I wish to welcome them to the National Assembly and wish them a fruitful engagement. Thank you. Honorable Shuria and Honorable Hassan, when the Speaker is delivering a communication, you are supposed to be in silence. But you have continued engaging in animated discussions, which is not right. Yeye ndiye amekuharibu. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, order Tongoyo. Take the nearest seat. Order Karemba, take the nearest seat. It's not Karemba. Order. We have a new Mugorino. We take note of your changed faith. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on the passage of the Economic and Social Rights Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2022. Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 41-4 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I wish to convey to the House that I have received a message from the Senate regarding the passage of the Economic and Social Rights Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2022. Honorable members, the Economic and Social Rights Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2022, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 178 of 9th November 2022. The bill seeks to provide for preservation of human dignity and enforcement of economic and social rights, to provide a framework for the promotion, monitoring, and enforcement of economic and social rights, and to establish mechanisms for monitoring and promoting adherence to the national and county governments to Article 43 of the Constitution. Honorable members, the message conveys that on Tuesday, 20th June 2023, the Senate considered and passed the said bill with amendments. The Senate now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly on the bill pursuant to Article 110(4) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 46(1) of the Senate Standing Order. Honorable members, Standing Order 1431C of the National Assembly Standing Orders requires the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon conveyance of its message. I therefore direct the clerk to have the bill listed in the order paper for the first reading at the next sitting. After being read a first time, the bill will stand committed on to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration. I thank you. Now, Honorable Kagombe, You will have to satisfy the House that the gear on your head is a religious gear to which you are an adherent, otherwise you'll be improperly dressed. Next order. Okay.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Now we have petitions. There is a petition on the order paper by the Honorable Badi Twalib. He has written to the Speaker requesting that this petition's presentation be stayed to next week because is it the same one you want to present? Because he's unable to attend the House today and the Speaker has accepted to that. Honorable Owen Bayer, your petition is not here yet. Pardon? Yeah, I'll give you an opportunity when we are present at order number 5 to present your petition. Next order. Yes. Yes, Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when Wakagombe was walking in, you did mention to yourself, to us, that unless he justifies his dress, he is improperly dressed. That instruction, Honorable Speaker, is hanging. We don't know whether you meant that he leaves the House or he has to clarify.
Honorable Kagombe, what is that on your head?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
in keeping with the Article 32 of the Constitution, I'm exercising my right to religion, assembly, and to display. In fact, I want to read it out to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 32.
I know what it says.
2.
Order, Kagombe. I know what it says.
So, Mr. Speaker, I have now, since the last time we were in this parliament, found Jesus, and found Jesus in a different way, and now the religion that I profess dictates that I, at times, when during official functions like this, that I be dressed like this.
Which sect is that?
It is not a sect, it is a religion.
Which religion?
It is called the Church of Love and Acceptance. Mr. Speaker, this is a newly registered church that has just been registered at the Registrar of Societies. It is called the Church of Love and Acceptance, and I now associate with it.
Honorable Kagombe, the chair takes judicial notice of the fact that the only sect I know that dresses the way you are dressed is the Agorino. To the extent that you are naming something totally different, I rule you out of order.
Mr. Speaker.
And you'll have to go and change your gear and come
Mr. Speaker.
back. Order. Order, Kagombe.
Order number 5, papers.
Next order. Honorable Kagombe, Karemba has notified the Speaker in writing that is an adherent to the Agorino sect, which is commonly known to wear that kind of headgear. You're out of order. Go and change and come back. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Me the mic. Yeah, say. Thank
Hold,
you.
Honorable Naomi. Karemba is now a stranger in the house. Kagombe, sorry. Apologies to Karemba. Kagombe, you are now a stranger in the house. But when you are properly dressed, I'll allow you back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 29th June 2023. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statement in respect of the following constituencies for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein. A. Mbere South, B. Mbere North, C. Mandera East, D. Mandera West, E. Mandera South, F. Mandera North, G. Mandera East, H. Wajir North, I. Buri, J. Sigor, K. Mara, L. Ijara, M. Banisa, N. Balambala, O. Igembe South, P. Loima, Q. Keio North, R. Tigania West, S. Saboti, T. Kapenguria, U. Lagdera, V. Dadab, W. Lave, X. Lamu East, Y. Lamu West, and Z. Garissa Township. Number 2, Bank Supervision Annual Report for the year ended 2021 from the Central Bank of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I lay. Thank you.
Departmental Committee on Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Chair of Lands Committee, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 29th June 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on its consideration on the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022. I beg to lay, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chanda. Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 29th June 2023. Report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services Expenditure under the financial year 22-23 Supplementary Budget Estimates 2. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'll go back to order number 4 and allow Owen Bayer to present his petition.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the petition regarding delayed adjudication and settlement of residents of Misufini, Vibandani, and Kibarani sublocation, Tezo location, Kilifi North constituency. And before I do that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the delegation from Kilifi who are visiting the Parliament, and I wish them fruitful deliberation in the House. Thank you. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the residents of Kilifi North constituency, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1, that the people of Misufini, Vibandana, and Kibarani sublocation, Toza location, Kilifi North constituency, have occupied a piece of land registered as plot number 5046/5 in the name of Coast Development Company Limited, measuring 265 acres for more than 50 years. That one of the directors acquired the land at independence from a European known as Lily White, who had initially acquired the same land as leasehold for the term of 99 years from 1st May 1929 with a rent of Kenya shillings 3,760 per annum. That the petitioners are concerned that the leasehold term is almost lapsing and they are fearful of its fate in terms of Article 65(2) of the 2010 Constitution. That one of the directors allowed locals to settle in the area willingly and they were to pay a monthly fee. However, in the year 2010, a committee chaired by one Abdi Makarani entered into an agreement with the Coast Development Company stating that the residents would be required to pay Kenya shillings 20,000 as shares to the said company. Some of the residents paid the 20,000 shillings and were issued with payment receipts. Mr. Speaker, that presently there is no LR 5046/5 as the property was subdivided into 7 portions without the residents' notice, being LR number 5046/8, 5046/9, 5046/10, 5046/11. That plot number 5046/8, measuring 34.4 acres, was subdivided to was subdivided subject to the compulsory acquisition of the property by the government for construction of the Coast Institute of Agriculture, now known as Pwani University. That Coast Development Company submitted an application to the county government of Kilifi seeking an approval for its proposed change of user from agricultural to residential plot number 5046/11. The same was approved on 27th June 2018. That petitioners have written many letters to the National Lands Commission, but no action has been taken concerning the matter. That both the national government and county government have invested heavily in the said piece of land by providing the necessary infrastructure such as electricity connectivity, water, roads, and other social amenities. That the land has not been adjudicated and therefore no title deeds issued. That the matter presented in this petition is not pending before any tribunal, court of law, or independent board. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly through the Public Petitions Committee 1. Inquire into the ownership of the land occupied by the residents of Misufini, Vibandani, and Kibarani sub-location, Kilifi North constituency in the name of Coast Development Company. 2. Establish whether Coast Development Company is a legally registered company and the number of locals that bought shares in the Coast Development Company and their fate in terms of their shareholding in the company. 3. Recommend that the government under the 1 million acre compulsory land acquisition program acquires the land for the local residents and that the land be adjudicated so as to ensure that the residents acquire title deeds. And finally, Mr. Speaker, makes any other recommendations or action it deems fit in addressing the plight of the petitioners. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Baya. When a petition is presented, normally we give a little latitude for members to comment. Minority Leader, are you on the petition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the petition by Honorable Baya is timely. The issue of land is a big problem in this country, and especially the fact that Kenyans in this day and age are still living as squatters, really, on their own land. Mr. Speaker, the mere fact from what I've heard in the petition, the mere fact that those residents have stayed on that land for over 50 years is reason enough for the land to revert to them, really. Under the law, the owner, those residents should have acquired that land through advanced possession, Mr. Speaker. Even the idea of a phantom company emerging from the blues and then laying claim to land shouldn't have arisen. These residents should have been given title to this land long time ago. And I think this issue should be addressed expeditiously by the relevant committee. But not only this issue in Kilifi or Kilifi North, it's an issue that is actually the public is facing all over the country, especially the coast and other parts of the country, Mr. Speaker. So I think this petition is merited and should be dealt with expeditiously. I support.
Member for Kamukunji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of land is very important. Millions of Kenyans were dispossessed during the colonial period. Until now, there are many thousands of our people who are land poor, living in squalid, miserable conditions in their own land. And I think I support this particular petition because it is righting the wrongs of the past. The communities in those areas were dispossessed. They were made squatters in their own land. And I think it is important for us, now that we're an independent country, to correct some of the mistakes of the past and to empower dispossessed poor people who don't have any voice in our country anymore, because there are some very powerful elements who control the levels of power and legal affairs, as well as the land, and they corrupt the officials involved in this. So I fully support Honorable Owen Bayer's petition and the community of the Kilifi. There are a lot of squatters in Kilifi, a lot of squatters in Kwale, a lot of squatters in Taita Taveta. These were people whose land were taken during the colonial period. Independent Kenya should correct and allow those people to own that land. And in this particular case, they are there, they have the documents, they are lease and presence should be recognized, and the lease should be extended, and they should be allowed to leave freely to cultivate and use that land for their best use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to support this petition by the residents of Misifuni, Misufini, Vibandani, and Kibarani in Kilifi North. Honorable Speaker, first Honorable Speaker, I know this is to go to the Public Petitions Committee, but it's a matter of concern, Speaker, that the chair of the Public Petitions Committee is never in the House.
Who is that?
The Honorable Nimrod Bai. And it defeats purpose, Honorable Speaker, for us to even be ventilating on petitions that are to go to a committee where the chair is forever absent from the House. Honorable Speaker, I think you did direct. Honorable Speaker, I can hear the Honorable Kandie shouting from behind.
The chair carries greater responsibility than you as a member. He's even paid for being a chair. And he must be here to listen to members. And as majority goes on, I want to ask the Majority Leader and your counterpart to be reporting to House Business Committee every month on how many petitions have been processed. Members of the public come to Parliament out of desperation in some cases.
Yes.
And you cannot receive their petitions and go and sit on them on end.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I'm sure the Honorable Pio and I has heard, and we will act accordingly. But I was just noting as a matter of concern, Honorable Speaker, because it's important that whenever business is being transacted that will appear before a committee, the chair to be present. And I think the chair of this Public Petitions Committee ought to know that under the particular order that we are in, every time the House rises, there will be petitions that may end up in his committee. But Honorable Speaker, allow me to also note that these cases where a director of a company ends up taking over land, huge tracts of land that belongs to residents of certain areas, is not just in Kilifi. Honorable Speaker, as you will see, this is a matter that began over 50 years ago. And as the case is, everywhere where those who are in positions of authority at independence took advantage of innocent people who sacrificed their lives to get land, Honorable Speaker, including the great people of Kilifi. And Honorable Speaker, you may imagine it's only the Mau Mau that were involved in the resistance movement against the colonial government. But I know even the likes of Mekatilili Wamenza led the people of Kilifi in fighting for land. And it is therefore a great injustice that 60 years after independence, the people of Kilifi are still landless and squatting on land that is held by those who are in positions of power then, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do not know who this one director is that is referred to in this petition, unless the Honorable Owen Bayer tells us. But I can bet almost 100%, Honorable Speaker, it is the same people who are in the first government of the independent Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I said, it's not just in Kilifi, even in central Kenya and the greater part of what was formerly the White Highlands, land that was productive ended up in the hands of a very few people, Honorable Speaker, at the expense of the millions who sacrificed their lives to fight for independence, largely on the basis of land that had been occupied by our former colonial masters, Honorable Speaker. It's therefore imperative that the committee embarks on considering this petition as it considers all the others that have been sent to them. But particularly these ones that touch on land, I want to urge the Public Petitions Committee to take them with the urgency that they deserve, because land is a very, very emotive issue, not just to the people of the coast region, but also to other parts of the country, Honorable Speaker. And I remember, Honorable Speaker, when we were campaigning, we did promise the people of Kilifi and the greater coast region that the issue of absentee landlords must and should be addressed by this administration, and therefore it is imperative also that the committee considers, in view of what the Kenya Kwanza administration promised the people of the coast region, that they will no longer be squatters on their own ancestral land, and this land should go back to its rightful owners, which is the people of Kilifi, and those that are in the Mount Kenya region must also get justice, just like the people of Kilifi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
Honorable Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, before I contribute to the petition, kindly allow me to appreciate the Speaker for Kilifi County Assembly and the delegation that is with him. Speaker, Honorable Teddy was actually a member of this House in the 12th Parliament, and he was a friend to many in this Parliament. So let me appreciate him for that. Mr. Speaker, the petition that has been brought by Honorable Bayer is not unique. If I should go back, Mr. Speaker, I also want to appreciate the statement that is made by the Majority Leader on how these petitions are being handled by the Committee of Petitions. I brought over 6 petitions. Owen Bayer, now being a Minority Leader, is very much in tandem with this because he was in the Committee of Lands. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, nothing has been done about these petitions. It's frustrating, it's demoralizing, and actually it makes as if you don't know what you're doing. Mr. Speaker, the number of cases of land grabbing at the coast is too immense. Honestly, what is going on right now, people move to Athi House, they get whatever papers, the next day, eviction order is on the people who are sitting on that line. It is time, Mr. Speaker, that this House comes up with reasonable laws so that such people can be defended from the agony they undergo from land grabbers, Mr. Speaker. In Kilifi South alone, I think I know of 8 cases which I've already brought here. Time has come. Every human being has a right to live, every human being has a right to own land. But the cases that have been coming of late, from people who are nothing but land grabbers, are making some people to live very uncomfortable lives. Mr. Speaker, I stand and strongly support the petition by Mr. Owen Bayer. Thank you.
Honorable members, Bukosa, you will be the last.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the petition by the member for Kilifi. Just allow me also to join my colleagues to welcome the Speaker of Kilifi County, the Honorable Deti Mwambire, who was in this parliament, in the last parliament, and as Honorable Chonga puts it, he was a friend to many. Honorable Speaker, this petition is very, very important, and I hope that the petition committee will be able to table a report in this House, because matters about land in the coast region, in the Rift Valley, especially in the North Rift, is a very, I would say, a very touchy issue, and it's a very sensitive matter that we are hoping that with the government putting up money to purchase about 1 million acres, I hope that the squatter issue will be sorted out, not just in the coast, but also in the North Rift. And Mr. Speaker, you know you're also one of those people, leaders from Trans Nzoia and Western. And you know the issue of squatters in Trans Nzoia is a very emotive issue that needs to be handled and be resolved once and for all. So I'm hoping that this committee will be able to table a report in this House with good recommendations that have far-reaching effects, not just in the people of Kilifi, but in the whole of our country. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support the petition.
Thank you. The petition stands committed to the Committee on Public Petitions, and they have to finish their work in 60 days. Oh, Now that is the original Karemba that this house knows, yes. Thank you. Before I go to the next order, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the presence in the public and speakers gallery of the following visitors: Shakaina Presbyterian Primary School from Juja, Kiambu; Good Samaritan Secondary School from Mwea, Kirinyaga; Orero Boys High School from Rangwe, Homa Bay; Anzila Catholic Academy from Kesesi, Uasin Gishu; Restoration Education Center from Dagoret North, Nairobi. Then there is a CBO from the Community Action for Teenage Pregnancy. The CBO has organized a visit for the following schools in a bid to develop the leadership skills and exposure for the youth involved in their programs: Dandora Secondary School, Parkview Schools, St. Mary's Kibuk Secondary School, Ushirika Secondary School, Kangema High School, Terminus Adventist School, James Gishuru Primary School, Prince of Peace Secondary School, Giashuki Boys High School, Ishagaki Boys High School, Aquinas High School, Waithaka Boys High School, St. Patrick's Boys High School, St. Clair Gatitu Girls High School, Maseno School, Gibuda Girls High School, Kinyui Boys High School, Dandora High School, Rushu Girls High School, and Gachoire Girls High School. You are all welcome to the House of Parliament, and on behalf of myself and the House, we welcome you to feel free in the chamber. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Peter Nabulindo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that commercial sugarcane production in Kenya was introduced in the years of independence with an aim of eliminating dependence on sugar importation and contributing to economic transformation in the sugar belt and the country at large through agriculture, acknowledging that at its pinnacle, the sugar industry significantly contributed to the country's national gross domestic product, GDP, and became one of the largest employers, which supported livelihoods of many Kenyans, both directly and indirectly. Concerned that over the last 25 years, sugarcane farming, particularly in Western Kenya, has been declining significantly, thereby dipping sugar production from over 600,000 metric tons per year in the 1990s to less than 3,000 metric tons in recent years. Noting that the decline in sugarcane farming has forced local millers to operate far below their milling capacities and pushed the country to over-rely on net importation of sugar, which negatively impacts on the balance of trade, noting that the decline in sugar production is attributable to factors such as mismanagement, interference, and unfair competition from cheap imported sugar. Further concerned that state-owned sugar millers like Umia Sugar Company and Zoya Sugar Company ceased milling while owing farmers hundreds of millions of shillings. Appreciating that the government has been putting in place strategies, policies, and regulations to define roles of millers and major players and stakeholders in the sugar industry in a bid to revamp the sector. Concerned that the acute shortage of sugarcane resulting from mass abandonment of sugarcane farming continues to roll back initiatives for reviving sugar milling. Recognizing that further investment in revamping sugar companies before reviving sugarcane farming would occasion loss of the invested public funds instead of yielding success. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, reviews the sugar development policies to provide that every investor miller sets aside definite funds for development of sugarcane farming, incentivizing farmers to embrace sugarcane growing and to enhance cane production in each of the respective zones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a second one, Mr. Speaker.
Second one, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That, aware that Article 43, Section 1 of the Constitution entitles every person to the right to the highest attainable standard of health, which includes the right to health care services. Further aware that every year an estimated 14,000 children born in Kenya suffer from sickle cell and hemophilia diseases, with the highest prevalence rate being within Western, Nyanza, and coastal regions. Concerned that failure to undertake sickle cell and hemophilia screening at birth hinders timely administration of appropriate treatment and other mitigation measures to forestall high infant mortality caused by preventable diseases like malaria. Cognizant that national population surveys does not include data on sickle cell and hemophilia diseases. Concerned that the dearth of data and information negatively hinders prioritization of resources and implementation of sickle cell disease management programs. Recognize that the number of infant deaths caused by the disease continues to grow as a result of underfunding due to lack of data on the number of cases of the killer disease. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government, through the Ministry of Health and in conjunction with the county governments, conducts awareness and sensitization programs on sickle cell and hemophilia diseases and supports research and training for medical personnel on the two diseases. And B, puts in place measures for mandatory screening of newborns in sickle cell and hemophilia diseases in all public health facilities in the country in order to create a database to guide funding and other interventions aimed at curbing the diseases and reducing infant mortalities resulting from the diseases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Nablindo, Honorable Bernard Kitur. Bernard Kitur.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing a matter of urgent national importance regarding the ongoing incidences of insecurity in Lamu County. Honorable Speaker, the country has been witnessing attacks by suspected terror groups and clandestine armed gangs in certain parts of the country, particularly in Lamu and Garissa counties. Recently, innocent residents of Salama and Juhudi villages in Lamu County were treated to heinous and brutal attacks that have caused anxiety to grip them and other Kenyans at large with regard to safety of the country. The terror groups also attacked Kenya Defense Forces troops using improvised explosive devices, commonly known as IED. Honorable Speaker, about 5 or so innocent or more innocent lives of locals and two officers of the Kenya Defense Forces lost their lives, that is at least as per the press, lost their lives due to attacks, while several others suffered injuries of varying degrees. Residents in the affected areas remain tense due to the fear of recurrent attacks, which is interrupting the social and economic order of their lives and rolling back the gains made in bolstering social economic development. There is therefore an urgent need for this House to discuss the matter with a view to charting a way forward on how to better equip KDF and other security agencies in order to bring to an end these attacks and secure the well-being of the residents. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kitur, for your motion to get the nod of the House. You need 20 members to stand in your support. The support is overwhelming. I will direct that this motion will be debated from 5:30 today. Members, you may take your seats. 5:30. Chair, Public Debt and Privatization Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services expenditures under the financial year 22-23, supplementary budget estimates 2, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 29th June 2023. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Hold. Yes, Kamket.
Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this parliament, you made an order that bills that had lapsed be reintroduced, and that such bills can skip even the first reading, the rigorous first reading. Mr. Speaker, I had a bill, I am among those members who had a bill, the Equalization Fund bill. And I wrote to Mr. Speaker, and I'm worried about the fate of this bill. Looks like the Committee on Finance is either sitting on it, or I do not know what they want to do with that very important enabling legislation, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask, Mr. Speaker, that you help me intervene in that matter, Mr. Speaker?
Chair of Finance, are you dealing with the bill the member for Tiati is asking about?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, we did receive the bill from the Honorable Kamket. It is one of the bills that the Committee of Finance and National Planning is processing, and he should certainly be hearing from us in the next, before the end of 14 days.
Okay, thank you. Kamket, I hope your affairs are allayed. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Do we have any? Eh? Majority Leader, your usual Thursday's statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 27th June 2023, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, yesterday, Wednesday, 28th June 2023, was a public holiday marking Eid ul-Adha, and I would like to convey my belated wishes to our Muslim brothers and sisters, some of whom are still observing the holiday today. Honorable Speaker, due to the public holiday yesterday, the appearance by the Cabinet Secretaries that had been scheduled for yesterday has been deferred to next week. Therefore, in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 42A, 5, and 6, I wish to convey the following Cabinet Secretaries are scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 5th July 2023, to respond to questions as follows. The Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation to appear to respond to the following questions. One question by private notice, number 007 of 2023, by the member for Alego Usonga constituency, the Honorable Samuel Atandi, MP, regarding the collapsing dikes around Lake Kanyaboli, which have resulted in flooding of the area and displacement of people. Question number 158 of 2023 by the member for Ikolomani constituency, Honorable Bernard Shinali, MP, regarding the implementation of the Moyes Bridge, Matunda Water Supply and Sanitation Project. 3, question number 159 of 2023 by the member for Turkana Central, Honorable Joseph Emathe, MP, regarding the status of Naoros and Nadoto irrigation scheme in Turkana County. And 4, question number 247 of 2023 by the member for Rongo constituency, the Honorable Paul Abur, MP, regarding the stalling of Rongo Town water supply project. 2, Honorable Speaker, is the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection to appear to respond to the following questions. Question number 088 of 2023 by the member for Konoin constituency, Honorable Brighton Yagon, MP, regarding the welfare of Kenyans working in Saudi Arabia and efforts geared towards regulated licensing of recruiting agencies. 2, question number 089 of 2023 by the member for Yata constituency, the Honorable Basil Robert, MP, regarding incorporation of senior citizens into the older persons cash transfer scheme. 3, question number 090 of 2023 by the member for Konoin constituency, Honorable Brighton Yagon, MP, regarding formulation policy framework to support children whose parents or guardians are incarcerated. 4 is question number 091 of 2023 by the member for Machakos County, Honorable Joyce Kamene, MP, regarding the plight of orphans, widows, and widowers in the country. 5, question number 092 of 2023 by the member for Kirinyaga County, the Honorable Jane Jerry Minor, MP, regarding the effectiveness of Inua Jamii program since its inception. And 6, question number 160 of 2023 by the member for Kiambu constituency, the Honorable John Mashua Waithaka, MP, regarding eligibility of cancer survivors being registered as persons with disabilities. C, the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development to appear to respond to the following questions. Question number 084 of 2023 by a member for Mwingi Central constituency, the Honorable Gideon Muliungi, MP, regarding errors in title deeds for parcels of land in Mui Coal Basin. Question number 085 of 2023 by the member for Mwingi Central constituency, Honorable Gideon Muliungi, MP, regarding the high mast security lighting project in Mwingi Town. 3, question number 086 of 2023 by the member for Saboti constituency, Honorable Caleb Amisi, MP, regarding ownership status of the parcel of land LR number 5004/30/R, currently occupied by Kuala International Sugar Company. 4, question number 087 by the member for Laisamis constituency, the Honorable Joseph Lekuton, MP, regarding review of boundaries bordering Laisamis constituency. 5, question number 109 of 2023 by the member for Nakuru Town East, the Honorable David Gikaria, MP, regarding Kazim Taani project phase 3. And finally, question number 117 of 2023 by the member for Embakasi West, Honorable Mark Mwenja, MP, regarding status of ownership of land popularly referred to as MCO in Molem Ward in Embakasi West constituency. Honorable Speaker, members will also note that today's order paper includes a motion proposing an alteration of the House calendar for the second session. It seeks to vary the period of the short recess so that it commences next week on Friday, July 7, July 2023, instead of Friday, 13th July 2023 as planned. Honorable Speaker, without preempting debate, I urge all members and committees to conclude any urgent matters before them and ensure that there is smooth transaction of House business before the recess begins. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the business for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to undertake second reading of the following bills, should they not be reached today. 1, the National Rating Bill of 2022. 2, the Conflict of Interest Bill of 2023. 3, the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill of 2023. And 4, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill of 2022. Debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, should they not be concluded today. 1, ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. 2, the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations of 2023. 3, ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. 4, the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of Kenya and the Government of Seychelles. 5, report on the Consolidated Fund Services expenditures under the financial year 2023-2024 budget estimates. And 6, report of the Kenyan delegation on the Parliamentary Dialogue on United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, and Global Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, Annual General Meeting. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene again on Tuesday, 4th July 2023 to schedule the business for the rest of the week. And I wish to lay this statement on the table of the House, and my apologies for it being too long today.
Next order. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Order number 8, motion, ratification of the amended Nairobi Convention and the Protocol for the Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the Western Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activities. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, I now put the question to order number 8, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the amended Nairobi Convention and the Protocol for the Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the Western Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activities, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th May 2023, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the amended Nairobi Convention and the Protocol for the Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the Western Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activities. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, ratification of the Kigali Amendment on the Montreal Protocol on the substances that deplete the ozone layer. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put the question to order number 9, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Kigali Amendments on the Montreal Protocol on the substances that deplete the ozone layer, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th May 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, and approves the ratification of the Kigali Amendment on the Montreal Protocol on the substances that deplete the ozone layer. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, alteration of the calendar of the House.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Order number 10.
Yes, you are on order number 10.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I was speaking to the chair of the Public Petitions Committee. He has heard you and heard me from wherever he was. Yes. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 28(4), this House resolves to alter its calendar for the second session, regular sessions, as adopted on Wednesday, 15 February 2023, by varying the period for the short recess with respect to the second part of the session, so that A, the short recess commences on Friday, 7th July 2023, and ends on Monday, 24th July 2023, and B, the House resumes regular sittings on Tuesday, 25th July 2023, to continue with the second part of the session. Honorable Speaker, as the motion says, we want to vary our calendar in line with what we agreed in the House Business Committee on Tuesday of this week. We were to commence our regular sittings short recess, the 1-week short recess from the 14th, which is the other week. And the House Business Committee approved that we bring this motion to bring that recess forward to the 7th of July. Appreciating, Honorable Speaker, that the National Treasury has been able to disburse 100% of the GAF funds and almost 90% of NGCDF, and I think they should be completing, if not complete, I think they have completed even NGCDF. And for the first time before the end of a financial year, all disbursements for NGCDF, even amidst the difficulties that have been there in terms of raising revenues, they have worked hard to disburse this money, and I'm sure the NGCDF board is now in the process of disbursing that money to constituencies. Honorable Speaker, appreciating that members of Parliament, when there are regular sittings of the House, except probably myself and the Honorable KJ, and a few other members who don't have the rare privilege of enjoying any mileage claims, but we enjoy the rare privilege also of being able to access our constituencies even at the time the House is sitting. Members may not have a lot of time to engage with the members of the public, especially this being at the beginning of a new financial year. And as the leaders in their constituencies, and Honorable Speaker, you know, these members of Parliament have no role now in CDF. They are not patrons of CDF. They don't administer the fund. They don't implement it. They are strangers in CDF committees. But they have a huge responsibility to ensure that, one, they are oversighting the implementation of those projects. And especially at a time like now when money is released in huge tranches, many of fund managers back in our constituencies, knowing there is no meaningful oversight on the ground, may take advantage, and members will find their CDF money is being misused or misappropriated. And you know, when CDF money is misappropriated in your constituency, the media will not mention the fund manager or the committee. They will say the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wa's constituency or the Honorable Robert Bui's constituency, money has been stolen. And they make it look like it is a member of Parliament. So it's important that members of Parliament get time off the regular sittings to go and shepherd the meaningful oversight of the implementation of projects in NGCDF and GAF for our gracious women reps. Two, Honorable Speaker, at the beginning of a new financial year, we are required to submit new proposals, or NGCDF committees are to submit new proposals. These proposals, as provided for in the Constitution, need to have gone through some form of public participation. And it is meaningful and active public participation. And that public participation can only be meaningful if the leaders in the constituencies, being the members of Parliament, are there to lead and offer guidance to members of the public to be able to ensure that even in the next financial year, projects that are proposed by your committees and forwarded to the National Board are projects that address the real, genuine concerns of the people on the ground and not the wishes of a few people who sit in our CDF committees. It was therefore found in the wisdom of the House Business Committee that we take this recess, we make it 2 weeks, so that we use that time, and also allow a number of committees that have not had time to sit when the House is sitting to also finalize many of the reports that are pending before committees, Honorable Speaker. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me to request the Honorable Leader of Minority, who is also a member of the House Business Committee, the Honorable Pio Wandai, and member for Parliament for Ugunja, to second, but to also caution him that because this recess is starting on July 7th, that we are not giving you time to do other things other than go to Ugunja. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, allow me to ask the Leader of Minority to second. And I beg to move.
Honorable Sirma, who do you want to inform? He is finished. He has finished his contribution. Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the Majority Leader that all the amounts due for members of Parliament, yes, for NGCDF, has been released by Treasury, and they are heading to their constituencies as by tomorrow, all the money will be in their accounts. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to,
Wandai,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Honorable Chunga was opening a Pandora's box in his closing remarks, but I will avoid that route for now. Mr. Speaker, I must also appreciate that today I've been able to set my eyes on the chair for public petitions. I've never had a chance to see him physically in this house. Chair, Honorable Mbai, today I've seen you. I'm very happy. I just wish that you continue becoming available and consulting with my office, because it's important that chairs also consult with my office, especially on issues of public importance such as public petitions. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me second the motion by basically echoing the words of the Honorable Chungwa, that this short recess is timely, it's very timely, Mr. Speaker. And I must thank the House Business Committee for having exercised its discretion to revise the calendar of the House to accommodate the need for members to be with their constituents, especially now that the financial year has come to an end. Mr. Speaker, the importance of the NGCDF can never be overemphasized. And it is also true, Mr. Speaker, that in many instances, many MPs who have been able to make it back to this House once, twice, or more times have been able to do so on account of how well their constituency CDF committees have managed those funds, Mr. Speaker. And the MPs, in the course of their day-to-day oversight and representation roles, have got a duty to ensure that these funds are utilized appropriately. Mr. Speaker, the national government CDF funds are some of the decentralized funds that have had the greatest possible impact at the grassroots. And therefore, I am pleased to learn that today the National Treasury has been able to disburse all the funds due in this financial year, which we are ending tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I must thank members, honorable members, for having exerted this pressure from across the political divide. Because without that pressure, this money wouldn't have come, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you. From past experience, we have never had the opportunity to have these monies disbursed before the close of the financial year. Now, this is the first one on account of the pressure that has been exerted by members of this House. So that pressure must continue, so that even as we start a new financial year, these disbursements must be made on timely basis, so that these monies can be used to do the work they are meant to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we embark on the new financial year, I also hope that members of this House will guide their constituents accordingly in prioritizing new projects. And as we do so, let us also empower these constituency oversight committees, which under the current Act have a role to play in oversighting these funds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, and those of us who are here for the first time, that if these funds are utilized prudently, there are very, very high chances that you will make it back to this House. But if by any chance these funds are misappropriated, you will be basically digging a political, grave, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say that as we embark on this new journey of coming up with the new projects for the new financial year, let us take it upon ourselves to ensure that this NGCDF is ring-fenced further and further. This NGCDF must be ring-fenced by whatever means possible. For some of us, this is the only fund we can talk of. This is the only fund you can be sure of, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes I wonder, this idea of MPs developing a habit of disturbing State House for development, I don't know where it comes from. Yet the development you can count and you can touch is that which comes from the utilization of NGCDF funds. So stop disturbing State House with endless visits. MPs from especially my side of the political divide. Stop wasting your time queuing at State House looking for so-called development, yet you have got an opportunity to develop your constituency using the NGCDF funds, which are being managed by your own committees, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I wish to support to second. And in response to Honorable Chepkonga's remarks, reiterate that development is not found in State House. Development is budgeted for in this House. And NGCDF is such development that needs to be utilized appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Thank you, Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28.4, order, honorable members, order. Take your seats. This House resolves to alter its calendar for the second session, regular sessions, as adopted on Wednesday, 15th February 2023 by varying the period for the short recess with respect to the second part of the session so that A, the short recess commences on Friday, 7th July 2023 and ends on Monday, 24th July 2023, and B, the House resumes regular sittings on Tuesday, 25th July 2023 to continue with the second part of the session. And I put the question, members? Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28.4, this House resolves to alter its calendar for the second session, regular sessions, as adopted on Wednesday, 15th February 2023, by varying the period for the short recess with respect to the second part of the session, so that A, the short recess commences on Friday, 7th July 2023, and ends on Monday, 24th July 2023, and B, the House resumes regular sittings on Tuesday, 25th July 2023, to continue with the second part of the session. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. Before you call the next order, allow me to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of St. Teresa's Girls Secondary School, Samburu East, Samburu, Bwake Boys Secondary School from Cherangani, Trans Nzoia. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome the schools and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 11, special motion. Consideration of a nominee for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence. We consulted with the chair, and because he was rushing somewhere, he requested that you indulge him and allow this business on order number 12 to be rescheduled to sometime next week, Tuesday next week.
Order number 11.
Yes, 11, sorry. So that we move to order number 12.
Okay. Order number 11 is stepped down as requested. Next order.
Order number 12, special motion. Consideration of a nominee for appointment as a chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation.
Chair Finance. Yes, Honorable Ichungwa. Sorry, Honorable Junet Mohammed.
Mr. Speaker, I am not disagreeing with the request of the majority leader, but I wanted to clarity, Mr. Speaker, whether it is procedural to step down an order just like that. It's only, Mr. Speaker, there is a way to do it. Not if first the chair of the committee is not there, he has not given valid reasons to the House why we should step it down. The authority to step it down only rests with the Speaker, and it's the Speaker who can do it on his own motion, Mr. Speaker, that I am rescheduling or reorganizing the order paper. Mr. Speaker, you know, if it becomes the norm, tomorrow another chair will just stand up there and request you, Mr. Speaker, I have some urgent matter in Garissa, can you just step down for me? This is a house of procedure, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Junet, I fully agree with you, only that you are not privy to the fact that there was prior consultation between the majority leader and the chair. So when he stood up to speak, the chair was privy to what he was saying. And I had acceded to the stepping down of the order on account that the chair is unavailable this afternoon. So it will be on the order paper next week on Tuesday. Chair, Finance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 27th of June, 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 215(2)(a) of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, that this House approves the appointment of CPA Mary A.C. Wanyonyi as the chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Honorable Speaker, Article 215(2) of the Constitution requires that a chairperson shall be nominated by His Excellency the President and approved by the National Assembly for the appointment as chairperson for the Commission on Revenue Allocation. The term of the chairperson of Commission on Revenue Allocation ended on the 28th of February 2023. Article 250(c) of the Constitution, as read together with Section 9(2) of the Commission on Revenue Allocation Act, provides that persons appointed as members and chairperson of the Commission shall serve for a period of 6 years and will not be eligible for reappointment. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, the 6th of June 2023, and pursuant to Article 215(2)(a) of the Constitution and Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, number 33 of 2011, and standing under 45(1), the Honorable Speaker notified the National Assembly of the nomination of CPA Mary Andeo Wanyonyi Chebukati by His Excellency the President for approval for the appointment as a chairperson for the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Subsequently, the name of the nominee, her curricula vitae, and reports of the selection panel on her recruitment were committed to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for approval, hearing, and reporting to the House. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with Article 118(b) of the Constitution and Section 6(4) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, number 33 of 2011, the committee placed an advertisement in the print media on Tuesday, the 14th of June 2023, informing the members of the public on the nomination, the date, and place for the approval hearing. Honorable Speaker, the committee also invited the public to submit memoranda on the suitability of the nominee in conformity with Section 6(9) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act. However, Honorable Speaker, by the close of business on Wednesday, 21st of June 2023, the committee received no memoranda or affidavit contesting the suitability of the nominee by the set deadline. Further, the committee also requested information regarding the nominee from the Kenya Revenue Authority, EACC, DCI, Higher Education Loans Board, ORPP, on her suitability to hold public office. It is instructive to note, Honorable Speaker, that the nominee did get clearance from all the said agencies. Honorable Speaker, the nominee appeared before the committee on Thursday, the 22nd of June 2023 at 11:30 a.m. for vetting, and she examined for her vetting examination based on the criteria set out in Section 6 of the Commission on Revenue Allocation Act of 2011 and Section 7 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act. In addition, Honorable Speaker, the committee examined her academic credentials, relevant experience, knowledge of sector issues, and matters of leadership and integrity. The committee paid due regard to the procedure used to arrive at the nominee. And Honorable Speaker, we have attached the Public Service Commission report. Any constitutional or statutory requirements relating to the office in question and the suitability of the nominee for the appointment proposed having regard to whether the nominee's abilities, experience, and qualities meet the needs of the Commission. Honorable Speaker, CPA Mary Andeo Wanyonyi Chebukati is a Kenyan citizen, bearer of identity card number 1809617, and was born in Bungoma County in 1962. Honorable Speaker, CPA Mary Andeo started her education at St. George's Primary School, Nairobi, and later proceeded to Kenya High School, where she attained her CPE and KCE in 1974 and 1978, respectively. Honorable Speaker, the nominee pursued her A-levels from 1979 to 1980 at Kireri Girls High School, and thereafter proceeded to Punjab University, where she graduated in 1984 with a bachelor's degree. The nominee, Honorable Speaker, further proceeded to Eastern and South African Management Institute, Sami University, in Arusha, Tanzania, where she enrolled for a MBA, consequently graduating in the year 2014. Honorable Speaker, CPA Mary Andeo Wanyonyi is a certified public accountant with good standing with the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. She is also a financial analyst and a certified professional mediator. And for all these qualifications, she has good standing with the respective professional bodies. She's also tax compliance with the tax compliance certificate being issued by the Kenya Revenue Authority. On her work experience, Honorable Speaker, CPA Mary started her career as an accountant in 1985, starting off at the office of the Vice President in the Ministry of Home Affairs, before she was promoted to an accountant one at the Ministry of Supply and Marketing in 1989. Honorable Speaker, it was interesting to note one of our members of our committee, one CPA Oyula, who was then the Paymaster General, was one of the referees of CPA Mary because she was then her junior accountant when CPA Oyula served as a Paymaster General at Treasury. Honorable Speaker, she then was promoted to an acting principal accountant at the Ministry of Finance, later worked as a district accountant, Kwale District Treasury, and deputy district accountant at Mombasa District Treasury between 1998 and 2012. After that, she was promoted to become the chief accountant or the deputy head of accounting unit department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a position she served between 2011 and 2012. Further, Honorable Speaker, between 2012 and 2016, she was promoted to serve as an acting assistant accounting general, a head of training and secretariat at the corporate governance subcommittee of the Public Service Center Public Service Accountant Standards Board, and that is between 2012 to 2016. She later proceeded to work as an assistant accountant general, head of accounting unit department at the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum between 2016 and 2018. And up to the time of her appointment, Honorable Speaker, she was serving as a senior deputy accountant general in the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, a position now she has held until 2019, Honorable Speaker. We were keen to note that the nominee is a receiver of several awards, first of them being a second runners-up for public sector awards. She also got the ISPAC Fire Award for 2007 for leading the State Department to be to be tax compliant. And 2019, she was among the top 5 her agency was among the top 5 agencies that were awarded an award by His Excellency the President for the highest amount of VAT collected. Honorable Speaker, during the vetting exercise, it was an interesting discussion came up that CPA Mary A.C. Wanyonyi, when her name was brought as appointment as the chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation, most of the reports that were done in the media was relation to that of her spouse. Of course, a commonly known name in every household in Kenya, the chair of IEBC, Mr. Chebukati. Honorable Speaker, it was quite a unique time we had as a committee, because at one we were like, should we really go into the issue of who someone is married to or who someone is a spouse to when you're looking at the academic qualifications? And of course, CPA Mary took up the task and went to explain how throughout her very well-decorated career of 37 years as I have read out to you, and as a committee was able to establish, the issue of who she was married to was never a point of discussion. It was only until that she was nominated for the position of chairperson for Commission of Revenue Allocation that the question of who her spouse is came into discussion. And of course, it was very unfair to see people trash her curriculum vitae and the many years of hard work she put both in public service and in pursuing her academic qualifications, being a certified public accountant, being a financial analyst, holding a bachelor's degree in commerce and a master's degree, and the discussion became who was she married to. And maybe this House, Honorable Speaker, needs to ask ourselves whether we accord the same treatment when we are vetting the male that come to this House, or when we vet any male candidates in any particular position. Does anybody care whose wife whose husband someone is when they get appointed? So why the double standards when it is professional, qualified, experienced women of this country? Then the question of who their spouse is comes to play. However, Honorable Speaker, CP Mary Wanyonyi was proud to be a wife, to be a mother, and she said even if it portrayed her or whatever was said, she would still choose that gentleman as her husband. And I was like, that is how our women should be proud of their husbands. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House approves the appointment of CPA Mary A.C. Wanyonyi as a chairperson for Commission on Revenue Allocation, and do ask the Vice Chair of the Committee of Finance and National Planning, the Honorable Ambassador Langat, to second. With that, I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mani, who is seconding?
Vice Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair. Okay, Benja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not want to belabor the points that the chairman has already put across to the House, but I want to confirm, Mr. Speaker, that CPA Mary is one of those very qualified persons in the Republic, and she has a very good track record of public service, actually proven track record of public service, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say she's qualified, and I want to ask the House to approve so that she can start working for this country. Mr. Speaker, I second.
Thank you, Honorable Langat. Order, Honorable Members. Order, Honorable Members. Order. Take your seats. Honorable Members, I now propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 27 June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 215(2)(a) of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of CPA Mary A.C. Wanyonyi as a chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Can we put the question, members? Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 27 June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 215(2)(a) of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of CPA Mary S.C. Wanyonyi as a chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, allow me, before I go to the next order, to acknowledge the following schools in the speakers and public gallery. Moi Girls Kamsinga from Kimilili in Bungoma County. Tingatinga Primary School, Kiambu in Kiambu. Kimuka Primary School, Kajiado West, Kajiado. Ayebu Primary School teachers from Baringo North, Baringo. St. Mary's Cabranet Primary School, Baringo Central, Baringo. Immaculate Heart School, Butula in Busia. Honorable members, on your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome the teachers and the students in the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 13, motion.
Order. Yes, McClap, what is it? Before I go to the next order, give him the microphone. Is it because Baringo was mentioned?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then
allow me.
Welcome everybody else.
Yes, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to join you in welcoming the teachers of Ayuba High School, the students of Ayuba Primary, the students from Cabernet, the students from Kamusinga, and all parts of the country that you actually mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that the Ayuba teachers are actually a public primary school, which was the best primary school in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. And those teachers, Mr. Speaker, together with others, actually mentored us into politics. They first elected me as the chairman of KNUT and elected a man behind me here, Honorable Kamuren, as their secretary at the same time. Mr. Speaker, they have produced leaders who are in this house, and we want to thank the teachers of Kenya for working hard to remove ignorance from our children so that they become serious Kenyans like us, members of parliament who are here, Mr. Speaker. I join you and say thank you and continue doing a good job for the country. And even if they were hit by housing levy, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure them that this government, with equal measure, will also cushion them so that they have better salaries and better allowances for the teachers of Kenya so that they work for our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, McClap. Next order.
Order number 13, motion. Ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of the transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa.
On the request of the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, orders number 13 and 14 will be, and 15, will be stepped down to appear on the order paper next week on Tuesday. Next, order number 14.
Order number 14, motion. Consideration of the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations 2023.
Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation. Is that Chepkonga? Are you ready?
No, I'm ready, Chair. I'm ready, Speaker. Yes. You know, the only thing, Speaker, is that we should be given notice when there's intention to step down certain motions in the standing order, so that I can prepare. But you know, as you know, lawyers are always ready.
You must be like the 5 clever girls in the Bible.
Except that
there were 10. 5 were foolish, 5 were clever.
Yes, it is.
So you
true.
must always choose which one you want to be.
No, Mr. Speaker, I carried 3/4 of the oil.
So you're half clever.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee of Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations 2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 21st June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations published as legal notice number 58 of 1 to salaries pursuant to the participation of our troops in various missions has always been paid to the consolidated fund. And it has been very difficult for the Ministry of Defense to support the operations of our troops in those countries because we have to appropriate that money that has been paid to the consolidated fund to the peace missions that we are participating in. So as to streamline this process, Madam Speaker, it was agreed that a fund be created specifically to deal with this operation that our troops will be participating in. And so, in the regulations, the National Peace Support Operations Fund has been put in place so that government contributes or allocates 1 billion shillings to the fund. And there is also an amount of 6 billion shillings that will be received from the participation or salaries that are paid to our troops that are participating by the United Nations. The second thing that this fund intends to achieve, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that the equipment that we supply to our troops are in working conditions. Members may not be aware that most of the countries that have contributed troops to peace missions send brand new equipments together with their troops. And you know, one of the things that United Nations pays for, it pays for the equipment that are contributed to the peace missions, Madam Speaker. And if the equipment remains unserviceable, that equipment will not be paid for the period in which it remains idle. And so what that means, Madam Speaker, is that the country will be losing revenue that it would have received if we had good working equipment that our troops would be available to our troops. And so one of the things that this fund intends to do is to provide or to kit our troops with modern equipment, working equipment, so that they are paid for the period in which the troops are deployed in the countries in which our country participates in. And so that is the main import. The rest of the regulations, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that the fund is operated, it deals with the governance issues of the fund. And so that the fund is operated in such a way that it can be audited by the Auditor General, and it follows all the procedures that deal with Public Finance Management Act. And so that it is a very short regulation that ensures that our troops are well kitted, they are well provided for, that we do not suffer the consequences of not being paid monies, yet we have deployed the troops, Madam Speaker. With those remarks, Madam Speaker, I move, and I would like to request the Honorable Bashir, who was formerly a major in the army, and he participated in a number of peacekeeping operations, to second this motion. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand here to second the motion. As has been said by the chair, this is a special kitty that has never existed before in our country, and I think it's now that time that we have this Peace Support Operations Fund. And the main reason is that we lose a lot in terms of the funds that are reimbursed from peace support operations that gets back to the country but not accounted for. What this peace support fund will do is that it ring-fences all reimbursements that we get from peace support operations. Remember that whatever that will be paid to this fund will still be utilized for peace support operations. At the moment, we have issues of the kind of equipment that we supply and we use in peace support operations. Some of them might not be very effective, might not be serviceable, And what the UN or the peace support missions do is that they will reimburse you in terms of how serviceable your equipment is and how many personnel you have taken for that particular peace support operation. So if your equipment is not serviceable, then there's a certain percentage that you get. But now that we have this kind of peace support operation fund, we are able to take serviceable equipment so that we can get 100% reimbursement. What this also will mean is that the fund will take care of troops as they go out there in the field, equipment that will be laid out there in the field, and that the serviceability of this equipment will be taken care of using this fund. The current situation is that they rely on any amount of money from the exchequer, and which sometimes and most of the time is not forthcoming. But with this fund that is ring-fenced will be used specifically for peace support operations. It will be used to ensure that the equipment that we take to these peace support operations areas are serviceable and 100%. Whenever you take equipment that is serviceable, you get something commensurate to that particular equipment that you have taken. Now that we have saying that this peace support fund, that the Kenya government guarantees 1 billion and 6 billion will be reimbursed by the peace support operations activities and mainly by the UN, then we are talking about a 7 billion fund that is revolving that will be used to ensure that our activities in peace support operations are well taken care of. So I think this is a good idea. We have looked at it from all angles and find it fit so that we have this fund. I second.
Honorable members, sorry, I was slightly distracted by the chairperson. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations 2023, laid on the table of this House on Wednesday, 21st June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(4) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund Regulations published on as legal notice number 58 of 2023. What is your point?
Madam Speaker, you had allowed me to lay some papers and to move a motion with regard to the papers that I had requested for permission to do so when we'll be ready. Can I do so? Just hold on. Just hold on. It is still the business of the committee. It's not different. It's the same committee on delegated legislation. Yes, it is business. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 29 June 2023.
To make his point of order there. I'm giving you the mic.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the member, the chair, has moved a motion for the regulations of the peace. It was seconded. You put the question. This is the time for members to contribute, and we dispense off with that agenda. Then after that, he can table whatever he wants to table. Madam Speaker, this is a house of procedure. You can't say, we have come here to contribute to your motion, and then you want to table other documents. Give us time. We dispense off with the issue of the fund. Then you can table other documents. So, Madam Speaker, unless the chairman has extra powers to move a motion, put the question, then present papers, then after that he closes the debate himself. If that's the case, then we just go home and rest. We go sleep.
Honorable Junet, he was just on a point of order. We hadn't even heard what he was going to say. You're speculating. You want to proceed, Honorable Chepkonga? Yes.
Madam Speaker, you know, I had requested the substantive speaker, and he told me whenever you will be ready, because it is an important paper to lay, just purely to lay, Madam Speaker. Honorable Junet, if you had allowed me just 2 minutes, it will not be subject of discussion. In fact, the paper, it will be very important for his constituency. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much. I see he has noted the agreement. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 29th June 2023. Report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the draft charter for the Open University of Kenya. Madam Speaker, can I proceed to move the motion?
You were laying the paper, weren't you?
Yes.
Pass it there. Yeah. Okay, you've done so, Honorable Chairman. You want to give notice of motion?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the draft charter for the Open University of Kenya laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 29th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(1) of the Universities Act 2012, approves the award of charter for the Open University of Kenya. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, honorable members, I now call upon the honorable member for Kawanjiku. I can see you didn't want to contribute? I saw your name on the list. Okay, the Honorable Karoli Amondi, member for Suba South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the establishment of the Peace Fund. I think Leo Tolstoy once said, the problem with an idle army is abundant idleness. And I think it is useful that our military gets engaged in international assignments. And if in that process they can also improve on the financial flows to the military, that would be a very good idea. I think this fund is long overdue because this kind of support from the UN has been available for a very long time. And I look forward to very transparent operation of the fund. I think that is why it has been isolated instead of being obfuscated in the normal military budget. It could also be a very good opportunity for our military to modernize its equipment, but also its operational procedures by constantly engaging with the United Nations in peacekeeping. It will also enhance our capabilities as a country for international diplomacy, and also to go around trying to strengthen our value systems as a country that loves peace and order. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Honorable Leader of Majority. Honorable Bui, I hadn't seen your cards, but you'll go next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to support these regulations, approve of these regulations. Honorable Speaker, it's indeed true, as the chair of the Delegated Legislation Committee has said and as seconded by the Vice Chair of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee, who is a seasoned officer in the military. And I keep telling him, Honorable Speaker, that unlike in the military, here in this House, there are rules other than the standing orders that they had in the military. And I am happy that the Vice Chair is now accustomed to operations of the House. The last Parliament, he had difficulty settling down in the House as opposed to what he was used in the military. But, Honorable Speaker, the Vice Chair will tell you that indeed it is indeed true that over time our country has been losing its premier status in the region as one of the countries that contribute immensely to the United Nations and other regional forces, even those for the AU, because one, we have very good and disciplined officers in our army, but the equipment with which they work with, some of the equipment may not be as good as it ought to be. Some were acquired when Major Bashir was still in the army. And you can imagine now that he has been out of the army for this long, and they are still using the same equipment that Major Bashir used when he was in the army, and also the Honorable Raso. Honorable Speaker, it then becomes important because when our officers, our very disciplined and good officers serve, either in the UN or other regional forces, like those that are serving in Somalia, those that are serving in DRC, Congo, we, in a way, also benefit as a country because if you are serving in the UN also gives money to pay for equipment, to pay for the officers' allowances when they are there. And you know, many officers who are serving in our military occasionally lobby very aggressively to serve in these units that are serving outside the country because it also becomes beneficial for them. And therefore, when the country loses such opportunities on account of us not having modern equipment, you have vehicles that are rickety and a little bit older than they ought to be, and also you don't have continuous training and capacity building for officers, then we also lose as a country. It's also important, Honorable Speaker, to have a separate fund for this money, because whenever money is contributed, for instance, from the UN and it goes into the consolidated fund, and it finds members of parliament demanding for CDF disbursement, or gracious ladies, women reps demanding for their GAF money, or even governors, Honorable Speaker, demanding for money to be disbursed to the constituencies, to their counties, or even, Honorable Speaker, that money comes at a time when public debt is up or due for payment. Then, and that money is in a consolidated fund, there is no way of distinguishing or creating a distinction between what money ought to go to the peacekeeping missions or that which should go to debt repayment. And you may find that this money may get into one pot in the consolidated fund and end up paying part of our debt. Others goes towards the settlement of other national obligations, and leaving then our military officers in the state that I have just mentioned to operate with equipment that is almost obsolete. We leave them in a state where they are not doing capacity building. And basically, Honorable Speaker, you know, when our young men and women serving us in the military are out there in the bush, fighting to restore peace in the areas where they have been given work to restore peace, Honorable Speaker, they serve under very strenuous and difficult conditions and in an environment where we should not be putting them under any strain or stress, even for their families back home. Honorable Speaker, it's therefore important to have these funds in a separate fund where, one, we can ensure that they are able to access this money as fast as they need it, if it is to buy equipment, if they need money to equip the officers, if they need money to feed the officers out in the field, they have readily available cash. And therefore, it's important to have a separate fund, and I do support the establishment of this fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, we have served, or rather our military has served in very many jurisdictions, from Bosnia to Somalia, and now in the region in DRC, Congo, and still a good number of them still in Somalia. And we are in a region, Honorable Speaker, where today our neighbors in the Sudan have problems. Honorable Speaker, as neighbors and as African brothers, we have a duty and a responsibility as neighbors to our neighboring countries to ensure there is peace in those countries, Honorable Speaker. And I would really appeal to the warring factions in the Sudan. We may not need to strain our regional forces, looking for forces to go and bring about peace, because it is all about politics in the Sudan, and I really appeal to the generals fighting there to consider the plight of millions of the Sudanese people who today are suffering, some are dying, and we've seen reports in the media with bodies all over the streets of Khartoum. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, because I see time is over, may I support as I plead with our generals in our neighboring countries to maintain peace so that we do not also have to strain our forces to send them to other countries besides the countries that they're already in. With those many remarks, I support.
The Honorable Junet Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to oppose these regulations. Madam Speaker, we are becoming a country that is going to be run through funds, special funds. Every small thing that we want to do in this country, Madam Speaker, we want to create a fund for it. Madam Speaker, it is very dangerous to govern a country through subsidiary legislations. Madam Speaker, peacekeeping missions never started in this country yesterday. It never started with Somalia. It never started with Sudan. It never started with any other place. It has been there since independence. Actually, this country is known for peacekeeping missions. They have done very well. Our soldiers have done very well. They have developed countries which were in turmoil and brought them back to peace. But Madam Speaker, when you see people doing funds like the way we are doing here now, there is always a fishy element in it. There are people who are targeting that money in a certain way. We have been here for some time. We know. These monies, we are budgeting, we are appropriating over 400 billion shillings every financial year to the Ministry of Defense. And they have been using that money very well. It has been audited. It goes through the auditing system. It goes through the Public Accounts Committee system. And they have been presenting their papers and their documents in Parliament. And they have been, all the time, they have been given a clean bill of health. Why create a special fund? Why do you create a fund if the people who are managing those funds have been doing very, very well for the last 5 years? When you create a fund like the NGDC, like GAF, you can understand, because those are special situations and circumstances that require direct intervention at the grassroots level. What are you intervening here? If you are given new equipment that you need to use, you can take them to the barracks. The military can handle those equipment. If you get funding, take it to the consolidated fund and we appropriate it directly to the Ministry of Defense. And then at the defense level, the accounting people there can use it on what is required for that money. Madam Speaker, I want to urge the House, let us desist this urge from the executive all the time to create special funds for special purposes. These special vehicles is going to hand this country one time. And you'll remember my statement on this house, in this house, Madam Speaker. Because these are separate entities that are removed from the state departments so that they can be operated separately under supervision of certain people. Madam Speaker, it is my humble request that let us allow the Ministry of Defense to operate as the way they have been operating for the longest time that is known. We have never seen any peculiar audit query. We have never seen any serious misappropriation of funds. We have never seen any wrongdoings in their accounts, in their books. Why should we go this way, Madam Speaker? So I want to urge the House that let us not be a country that operates through special funds. Every small thing we want to do, we want to create a special. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I oppose.
The Honourable Member for Kadiani, Honourable Bui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the formation of this PFM National Peace Support Operations Fund for the Ministry of Defense. And first, I want to thank the Committee of Delegated Legislation. I'm a member of that committee. I've grown up in the military barracks of Kahawa and also Waterworks. And that is why I'm highly disciplined, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is very timely, Madam Speaker, because first and foremost, the fund is not requesting for a lot of money from the Exchequer. I think it is only about $1 billion. And then the additional amount will be about 6 billion. So the total amount in that fund will be about 7 billion. Madam Speaker, this is for purposes of enabling Kenya to be able to participate appropriately and properly in peacekeeping missions. Madam Speaker, historically, Kenya has been participating in these peacekeeping missions, but over the years, some of our neighboring countries, much smaller than us, even with smaller economies, have overtaken us as a country in participation. And one of the reasons is because we do not have enough equipment, we do not have modern equipment. Madam Speaker, this fund will help us in the following ways. One, it helps our members of our troops in the military to be able to participate and actively get involved in peacekeeping missions. That keeps them physically fit, and it also helps them to keep abreast of modern warfare. Because, Madam Speaker, if we can keep troops in the barracks forever, And then one time, by God forbid, we get attacked by from somewhere. If they haven't been practicing, they will not be able to keep up. But now, this is one way by which we keep our troops busy, because they are constantly out there participating. Madam Speaker, when Kenya participates in peacekeeping, or any country participates in peacekeeping, there are payments that are made for two things. One, the personnel, the other one is the equipment. Now, Kenya has been benefiting from the personnel, but the money that is paid to the personnel is paid directly to the participating soldiers. So nothing comes to the government. But the equipment is also supposed to be paid for. But what they do is that they look at the quality of equipment that you're taking out there. So if the quality of equipment is almost obsolete like Kenyans is, then they will not be paid for it. So in essence, we are sending troops with obsolete equipment, and we get money for the troops, and we get almost nothing as a country. So it's important that we be able to invest in this fund. Now, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the fund also enables the Ministry of Defense, will enable the Ministry of Defense to ring-fence the money that is paid for purposes of peace support. Because what happens is that the little money that we receive as a country is received and goes to become part of the consolidated fund. That means when the military requires to procure equipment, they must go there with a budget and request. And like Majority Leader has said, many are the times when there are too many competing interests for the little money, and so they end up not getting the money back. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we ring-fence this by providing them with a fund so that their money can go to that fund, and whatever money that is paid, they can always be able to access it and use it and roll it over even beyond the financial year. Finally, Mr. Speaker, my only concern would be if there would be any issue of corruption. And Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I know the military is one of those departments that has been very clean when it comes to matters of prudent use of public resources. And I believe that Kenya's military, which was grown long time ago by my grandfather, the late Honorable General Jackson Kimeu Mulinge, can continue with the spirit of discipline that they had, and we do not want to hear of any corruption cases. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Very well. Before we have the next speaker, let me acknowledge, and in the public gallery this afternoon, Murindu Highway Primary School from Gilgil, Nakuru. Remember, members, speaking on this motion, every member shall have 5 minutes, and the next to speak on this is Honorable Gitonga Murungara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was the first one to log in, so really I'm entitled to this. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation as regards the establishment of this military fund, which, in my view, is very important. First and foremost, Honorable Junet is not here. I would have informed him that policy decisions of a government are run through subsidiary legislation. You cannot run policy decisions based on the Constitution or on acts of parliament, because the Constitution itself makes a provision. The Act of Parliament provides how that provision is to be executed, and regulations actually do now carry out how the policies of that particular provision are to be enforced. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the provisions we are dealing with now through a delegated legislation decision to establish a fund for our military. As it has been said, our military has been involved in very many peacekeeping missions. In fact, many people have been saying Kenya has a professional army, and sometimes they try to belittle that army, but the strength of the force is actually felt when we go out there to enforce peace missions, whether in Bosnia, Herzegovina, Liberia, Somalia, or anywhere else in the world. Most important is the fact that there are some monies that are received from the international community as regards the peace missions we hold. And when that money goes into the consolidated fund, we have no way of ring fencing, we have no way of protecting the money so that it goes in for the purpose intended. We know very well that out there we do a good job. But as is going to be seen in the next motion we are going to debate, and I do not wish to anticipate the debate, we are not doing very well in the country. Because of late, we have seen our soldiers being killed by terrorists all over. And it brings to question whether they are well equipped, whether the vehicles they are using are really military vehicles or they are technicals, as they are called in Somalia, when they are doing their terrorist things. Let us ring fence this money. Let us avail it for the peacekeeping missions. Let's put the money into proper use. I do agree that there should never be any element of corruption, purification, or misuse of the money when it comes into this fund. This is a fund meant purely for the military. We know that the prisons have two funds, which funds we are told have actually been misused. And we are looking into this. And we'll also look into this if there is any attempt whatsoever to misuse the money. Because if there is anybody eyeing this money meant for the military, may he be warned that this House will be on the alert and we shall be dealing with it. Mr. Speaker, allow me to support. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Wilberforce Oundo Funyola.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion. That is the Public Finance Report, or the motion Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund, Regulations 2023. Honorable Speaker, I really have no objection to the fund, to the creation of the fund, but as I will reiterate later, is the issue of management, the issue of corruption, and the issue of misuse. Honorable Speaker, all over the world, especially when you go to the US, the military are accorded a lot of respect. Military men and women are exalted to an extent that are given priority even when they go to board flights or in shops everywhere. And that's the kind of respect and esteem accorded to the military in those other parts of the world. Unfortunately, in this part of the country, in Kenya, we do not really value our military as we ought to, in spite of the fact that they do so much for us internationally and locally. Honorable Speaker, the issue at hand here is the so many funds that are being created. The justification being given is to ring fence funds given as reimbursement for used equipment and provide funds to support peacekeeping missions all over the world. However, Honorable Speaker, we hope and do hope that the national government or the executive does not intend in any way to find means and ways of probably defeating or avoiding the applications of the Public Finance Management Act in the management of the various affairs of this country. It would seem the idea here is that to create a separate fund so that you avoid the provisions of the PFM Act. We just hope that's not really the intention, but just being done out of merit to ensure that we have funds readily available to support. Because the call for peacekeeping is never budgeted for. It can come anytime. And therefore, on that account, we would need a dedicated account to make sure that we support our soldiers wherever they go. Honorable Speaker, of course, the issue of preparedness of our soldiers has always been has been a point of discussion. Many times, you find our soldiers have been killed, like what happened in Somalia. We report every day our soldiers being killed in operations, even within this country. As you reported last week, there were many that were killed in Lamu. Again, it was also reported along the Garissa Road, there was an ambush. This brings into question, are our military very well trained? Are our military very well equipped? Are our military very well resourced with information in terms of intelligence information to avoid falling into traps with ragtag armies like Al-Shabaab? This is the kind of discussion we just hope and pray that this fund we are creating and the contribution will come from UN or whichever body, will continuously improve. First of all, the equipment our soldiers are given to protect their life as they protect our life, and secondly, to improve morale of our people our soldiers as they do their work. Honorable Speaker, this is an important matter that requires serious consideration. When any case will be subject for audit, we just pray and hope it has not been earmarked for somebody else to manage the same. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Honorable John Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill, and especially whereby we agreeing with the chairman or the leader of the delegated committee that we need to consolidate funds for the national peace support operation. So that at least, Mr. Speaker, when our young people, our brothers, our sisters go outside there for peacekeeping purpose, they'll be able to be taken care of. And especially when the fund is addressing very critical issues, because the moment they go to fight, the moment they go to DRC, like now they're in DRC Congo, we have sent the same military people, we have sent them to Somalia to try and help even our neighbors in ensuring and also making sure that, they coexist with each other. We must also make sure that we create a fund that will be able to take care of them. It is quite unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that you realize even if they go to DRC and maybe some are injured, there is no fund to take care of them. And I therefore support to make sure that we separate the operations of the military and the operations of the whole defense system by these peacekeeping missions and support and the people who are going for peacekeeping, so that at least they can have a special attention. Because with the way that this country has been managed for many years, you realize, Mr. Speaker, if we put that resources under the same bracket with the normal operations of the KDF, you realize that these people may be disadvantaged because the process of making sure that they get equipment, the process of making sure that they are well taken care of is so tedious and bureaucratic, Mr. Speaker. I therefore support and I insist that we have seen incidences whereby, even after some times that the money has been put aside, the issue of corruption must be dealt with. We must make sure that the people who benefit from this fund are the normal people, are the same people who go outside there for peacekeeping. And as my colleagues are saying, we have not had incidences in our country whereby we have to use the military. We have been having so old equipments that some even from 1990, from 1982 coup, we have not experienced any military issue within our country. So you may realize that even they don't understand or they even don't know whether these equipments can really function in case of any external aggression within our country, Mr. Speaker. We don't know whether we have the military capability to deal with this external aggression, Mr. Speaker. And I therefore support, let these people go outside there, let them gain the experience even of how to fight the war, because in our country we haven't had those incidences. And number two, we are able to upgrade their equipment so that in any case that they go and come back, those equipment can continue to be used within our nation, within our boundaries of our country, Mr. Speaker. And we must put, strict measures that this fund must be well taken care of, Mr. Speaker. The issue of corruption must be dealt with, because we don't want to get ourselves into a position whereby we set aside the fund, and after we set aside the fund, that the money has been misappropriated. When these people go to fight and come back, the money that is supposed to take care of them, the money that is supposed to, to upgrade their military, equipment is not there, Mr. Speaker, because it has been misappropriated. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we must support them and make sure that we also tighten the loose areas, that in any case that money will not be used apart from the people who will go for peacekeeping, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that the bill is also, or the proposal that is also talking about, is also making sure that, we reinforce and make sure that we support and encourage as many military men. In our country, we have also got incidences whereby we have seen some serious vehicles, military people, getting attacked by the Al-Shabaab because we have been using the same old models of vehicles. We have witnessed in Garissa, we have witnessed the other day in Ramu, Mr. Speaker, and because we don't have new military equipment that can be able to deal with the IED, the bombing, and even how to detect whatever is happening within there, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I support, we need to reinforce this amount of money and make sure that we upgrade our military people and also support them when they go for peacekeeping. I therefore support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, the Honorable Francis Sigay. The Honorable Francis Sigay Sotik is in the house. Him not deciding to be in the house. Could we have the Honorable Bashir Abdullahi Mandera? Very well. And therefore, we move to the Honorable Kibet Komingoi. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the regulations that have been proposed by the Ministry of Finance, the Peace Support Operation Fund that is being developed through the Ministry of Defense. The major thing, and in the major discussion that we must be discussing as Kenyans, is how updated is our military, how updated is our equipment, how trained are our officers, and what opportunities exist for our officers to be able to contribute to national development in supporting the peace missions around the world. In supporting these regulations, Mr. Speaker, we must be cognizant of the fact that we are giving opportunities to our military, and we may even include the police in future to be able to protect and offer support to the variety of situations that may arise within the global world. And in this, we will be able to provide, modernize, train, and be able to improve our military to be able to take care of themselves and be able to have the equipment ready and to be deployed. If you look at the scenarios that are happening within the country where the military has been deployed, particularly along the border of our Somali border, along the coastal region, even in Lamu as recently as last week, some of the equipment that have been deployed to those areas have actually been the equipment that do not protect our military. With this fund, we will be sure that our military will be better equipped, our military will be better trained, and therefore we will be better able to respond to any circumstances within the borders and outside the borders to be able to expose our personnel to the things that are happening and be able to contribute to the peace of the earth. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
The Honorable Joyce Kamene.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I wish to rise and support this motion that has been brought by the delegated legislation, where I am part of this committee. It is to support the National Peace Support Operation Fund. This fund will help provide support for the participation of our defense force in the neighboring countries where there is conflict. Indeed, we remember very well, and when we look back, how our defense and our military has been strong in the past years. But of recent, we find that the equipments that they use are just the old ones. And this fund will give them the innovation and the face that our defense force requires so that it can be up to the standard with the other countries. I am sure the lost glory that has been there will be rekindled when we are able to pass these operation funds for our military. And as we've had the other members contributing, we look forward to, and we pray that the ministry, the defense ministry, will make sure that corruption is not envisaged in these funds, and I rise to support. Thank you.
Very well. The Honorable Dikiri Mugambi. And honorable members, order, Dikiri. Honorable Dikiri, I can notice that you are not actually appearing on the screen. So check your cards if you are to speak on this. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this proposal that has been brought by the Committee on Delegated Legislation, and want to state that this is one of the best ideas that has come, and it has come the right time. Madam Speaker, Kenya is known internationally as a peacekeeping nation. Mr. Speaker, I study as the president of Good Governance and Democracy, and Mheshimiwa Kakai is the president of Peace and Security on the 12 countries that form the Great Lake Region Conference of Parliaments. And one of the items that has come up during our meetings, like the last meeting that we had in Juba, is that all the forces that are sent to DRC, that are sent to Somalia, that are sent to Sudan, they are well equipped. And therefore, from that perspective, it is my statement that we need to support this initiative of creating a special fund. There is nothing wrong with this fund. I could agree, I could not agree. The management of the fund could be an issue. But I think Kenya has reached a point where now we need to be prepared as a country against external aggression, and also when we are called upon by the international community to offer peace services, we need to be prepared. Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about peace support system, we are not only referring to the KDF, because it's a whole chain of other support factors that the people on the ground require. Mr. Speaker, you also know when there is a peace mission, it's a combination of KDF, regular even police services. They are offer civilian support, who offer support for them. And it becomes very difficult sometimes if they are tied by the strictness of the supply chain. So it's my conviction, Mr. Speaker, that these people, they require a fund that they can directly control and account for. Mr. Speaker, I lost relatives in the infamous tragedy in Somalia. I lost 2 relatives and I lost a neighbor. And they told me this attack happens at night. And he said, the guys who were there, the people who came, they said one of the weaknesses that they have is night surveillance equipment. These people require serious technology updates. They require transport equipment, which are modern equipment. They require training. They require monitoring equipment, which are essential for their operations. Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge when you see some of our equipment moving along the roads, you realize these are not modern equipment. The only thing that causes people to panic is the color mentally. But the suitability of this equipment is not the best. So, Mr. Speaker, it is my conviction that this fund, if well utilized, is going to cause serious preparedness of our mentally, of our peacekeeping forces, which include even the police, and the civilian, and if it is used properly, it's going to be of value to the services. If Jonette was here, I would have asked him, peace mission is not done in Isili. where they walk in and out. It is out there. And I ask him to change his mind because he's going to be a victim from the other side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order? Though he's already finished. So
Is member in order of trying to profile Honorable Junaid by talking about peace mission in Isli? I mean, he was giving some eloquent contribution to the thing, but is he in order now to impugn, to profile somebody who is not even here? Mr.
very well, but it's already done, and therefore I'm not sure that you are the next one. You are actually the next one to speak on this, so proceed and speak.
Thank you.
Instead of having a point of order.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion on the National Peace Support Operations Fund. The most important thing is that the creation of this fund is going to help us fund these peace operations. You are aware, Mr. Speaker, that we do not budget for peace operations. These are emergency things. These are things that just come. And as a member of the nation, of United Nations and member of African Union, this country partakes in peace operations. Actually, we are the premier peacekeeping country in our region. So I support the formation of this National Peace Support Operations Fund. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, is I would like this fund not to be domiciled only in the military, because peace operations is not about only the military. In most of the peace operations we have sent combined forces like the police. We have sent even prosecutors in some countries to help them prosecuting crimes. So as we think about operationalizing this public finance, this National Peace Support Operations Fund, we should also be thinking of having people from the other disciplined forces in the membership of whether we are creating a board or whatever entity is going to operate this fund. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Very well. The Honorable Beatrice Adagala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also want to talk about this bill. I want to support the delegated committee about it because keeping in mind, Mr. Speaker, sir, the military do a lot of work, and especially when they go out to keep peace, they need to be equipped with the current and modern equipments and other things that are needed, and especially about their welfare. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill is the right bill, and I'm very sure I want to support it strongly so that the military can be comfortable when they go out to do other duties, like when they leave their families too behind, they must be catered for. So this is a good, noble idea by the delegated committee. I think this fund is important like any other funds. We have the CDF, we have the GAF, we have all sorts of funds. So this is timely. Mr. Speaker, we have to support this bill. I stand here supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Charles Nchonke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support this motion for the Public Finance Management National Peace Support Operations Fund regulations, and as published under legal notice number 58 of 2023. I invite us, Mr. Speaker, to think of Kenya, which is known to be the first in many respects. Kenya has the best athletes internationally. Kenya is a superpower, economic superpower in the region. People come here to study our economic systems, our financial systems, our governance, the way we run our public affairs. Many of the young nations in the region have come here to learn how we do it. So much has been given to Kenya. So to those much has been given, much is expected. Can you think of a situation of a superpower, regional superpower, Kenya that is, call upon to discharge an obligation in a peace mission, and we say we cannot. We know that we are very good men and women in our forces. So what sometimes lets us down is the equipment, and we have an opportunity of addressing this matter. This is not the first time that we'll be creating a fund. Funds have been created. We have over 200 funds in this country, and we have the technology, we have the knowledge of putting in place systems, internal controls, and everything else to ensure that these funds are properly managed. In any case, these regulations come under the auspices of the Public Finance Management Act, which has got enough safeguards of all public funds. This is just like any other public fund, and therefore, if there are any weaknesses that are going to be noticed along the way, unfortunately, in public financial management or accounting or financial management, sometimes the controls come to after the bad things have happened. But that's not to say we cannot create any funds to be able to be more efficient in providing the technology, the logistics, the equipment that our forces require. Now, if Kenya is first in many respects, and we want to retain that status, we must pay a price for that, so that whenever we are called upon to go and provide services in a peace mission, we should be ready. We should not just be ready with the men and women who are well trained, but we must give them the equipment. You can't go to war without equipment. And this fund seeks to serve that purpose, and we cannot deny them that. Besides, we are putting regulations around to govern this so that whenever it's required, it's done properly, and that the money is properly accounted for efficiently, so that we don't have men going and the equipment, or men not able to go to the battlefield without equipment. So with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support that we approve these regulations. Thank you.
Very well. Next to speak on this is the Honorable Paul Nabuin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, our military has done very well in the peace missions that have already taken place. The recent peace effort in DRC, the feedback that we get from there is great to our military, because there is positive, there has been a positive effort in trying to create peace and, bring harmony in some parts of DRC as the most recent. So in support of this fund, it is important that the military, in the effort to carry out these missions, as colleagues have put it, the equipments that are sourced for efforts in peace missions and even used within the country are those equipments that are operational, because we've got stories that some of the military equipments that our KDF have used before have been substandard, to the extent that they have not been able to secure our men and women in the military while they are in service. So with that short few remarks, I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Farah, Member of Parliament, Fafi constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my points to this bill. I rise to support the motion and the bill in front of us, which is meant to support peace operations and peace operations in the neighboring countries or wherever it is. My contribution is that when I read through this bill, it's a matter of importance to me because I know the Kenyan military forces, the kind of operations they are undertaking in the neighboring Somalia, which I border. I have a large contingent of Kenyan military personnel and officers and gadgets stationed in my constituency. One of the things I've noted down in that is that most of the equipments used by our military personnel are a bit obsolete and not the standard of international military gears. A good example is the kind of vehicles they use for operations is Toyotas and Mitsubishi lorries. And these are not, to my understanding and what I normally see, is not the standards of international military, because most of the militaries I see is top gear gadgets and mobile operations, like they use something like jeeps and SUVs of high level. If you see even the kind of military armors and equipments they are wearing, all clothings, it's not also of the same standard. I attribute this to the fact that maybe our budgets for those operations is small compared to other countries who do military operations. What I know is that, and what I understand, because most of the boys from my area serve in these peace missions in Somalia, and you happen to hear their stories about remunerations and the gears and the operations they're undertaking. It's like they're being capped because of finances. I believe this bill will be of substance to make sure that our boys and girls in uniform will be rated highly in the world, will give a picture of real relevance and top gear level of personnel and equipments. Another thing I support this bill is, the reason I support this bill is that it's not only a mission of guns and vehicles, it's a mission of winning the hearts of the areas, of the people of the areas we are doing operation. And winning those hearts require infrastructural developments and community supports. Most of these areas in southern Somalia, for example, where Kenya operates, Lower Juba, areas deprived of simple social amenities like medical facilities, water sources, schools. If you see the international militaries, peacekeepers, when they're stationed in a country, like for example, US in Iraq and Afghanistan, though I'm not saying we'll reach that level, the kind of service they offer is not only a service of guns and military equipments, but medical personnel assistance, hospital, provisions of drugs, drilling of boreholes, doing of roads. All these require money. And our budget is still constraints. We can see what's happened. So by having a sufficient or amicable amount of money to support that, this will help us win the hearts and mind of the people in the area we are doing operations, like Lower Somalia. Also, the other things these military operations will help us is peace building itself, whereby maybe a lot of elders and communities, a lot of talks, workshops will be held in those areas to facilitate coexistence and peaceful commiserations. So I support this bill because I believe our operations in those areas, in areas we'll be doing peacekeeping, will be rendered areas of high substance, of value, and our military personnel and equipments and positions in the world will be seen as one in the same level as of standard and up-level countries like Malaysia and maybe Japan and those areas. This is where we are heading. So we left behind the issues of substandard and where we look for support from international donor communities to support even our military, but we will be able to finance our own military operations in and outside the country. I rise to support this motion. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Memusi Kanchori, Kajiado Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me start by also adding my voice to those of my colleagues in support of this legislation by the delegated committee. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee, and I've served in that committee for a period of 3 terms. And Honorable Speaker, I must say that our disciplined forces are one of the most disciplined in terms of financial management. Honorable Speaker, and this has been seen when there is a crisis in any of government departments. For example, Kenya Meat Commission, we called upon the military to step in and assist in reviving Kenya Meat Commission. And that was done, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this fund is one that will go a long way because the military has been responsive, not just internally, but also outside the country. Recently, we approved our military forces to go to Congo. And Honorable Speaker, this potentially strains treasury because we required about 7 billion urgently for this mission. Kenya has earned a good reputation in peacekeeping around our neighbors. Honorable Speaker, this fund seeks to release the pressure that Treasury gets whenever our gallant forces are required to intervene anywhere. Even locally, Honorable Speaker, when our military were required to support our police forces in the north. Honorable Speaker, if this fund was in operation, we would not have been straining Treasury. Also, Honorable Speaker, when the UN is giving us as a country money for peacekeeping mission, this money is sent directly to Treasury. And Honorable Speaker, we are aware that the country is straining financially. So when such monies are received, you find that the government has to prioritize, and that money is put where there is immediate need. So, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this fund. The military have proved their financial prudence. They have never been brought in bad repute. The money that we allocate them as a defense committee has always been put into very good use. I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Kuria Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion on the consideration of the Public Finance Management, the National Peace Support Operations Fund regulations of 2023. Honorable Speaker, all the speakers that have spoken before me talk about the accolades of our disciplined men and women. We talk about how our defense forces is one of the most celebrated forces in the world because of their efficiency, of their discipline. We have seen quite a number of, say, scandals happening in other sectors of our human resource in this country, but very little, if any, in our Kenya Defense Forces. But maybe we need to ask ourselves, would they say the same of their living standards, of their working environment, on their remuneration, on the equipment that they use at work? Or do we just have very good human resource, but without elaborate decision and putting resources to making sure that these great men and women have the most conducive work environment? And that is therefore why the operationalization of this fund cannot come at any more handy time in this country, Honorable Speaker. We have seen great presidents across the world have their children, their sons and daughters serve in the army. I could mention Zachary Taylor's son, or Robert Lincoln's, or Roosevelt's 4 sons that were served in the army, among the sons of many distinguished leaders in the world. You know, for President Abraham Lincoln's son, Robert Lincoln, he actually left Harvard University and went straight to become an army person. But maybe how many of us, including us in this house, would send our sons and daughters to our army? how many sons and daughters from, if I call them privileged families, would want to give up Harvard to go and serve in the army of this country? And that question, therefore, Speaker, tells us that we really need to invest our resources. These are in our Kenya Defense Forces, making sure that they live a good life, that they have a good working environment at their workplace, and to make sure that we avail the best resources in terms of equipment at their disposal for the operations. And also, Honorable Speaker, we've seen other countries take care of the retirees of the army, either when they retire or when they get injured at war. Honorable Speaker, we've had cases of some of our officers who have lost their speech because of blasts that has happened when they are at war. But Honorable Speaker, hardly anything being done to help them restore their speech. So you have great soldiers who served this country in a very great way, but because of noise pollution and them being exposed to those blasts, then they lost their voice, they can't speak. And Honorable Speaker, there isn't a lot that's being done in that particular sector. What you've seen is an attempt to recruit speech therapists in the army, but those speech therapists that work at the KDF hospital are the lowest in cadre in terms of their job group. And therefore, we've not been able to get or to attract the most qualified speech therapists to help these wounded soldiers to recover their speech, Honorable Speaker. And even as we look at making sure that we facilitate our army with the equipment, we really need to consider the well-being, the health, the mental health, the working conditions of these great men and women we really celebrate today for their great work, for their great discipline, and their great resilience in our forces. And in that, I support, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Agnes Pareyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this motion on setting aside funds to support our troops that take care of our country from outside, and they also need to compete with the rest of the country. So I find it important that it is important for us to have funds that are going to be set aside for the sake of buying equipment for our troops. Because there is no way we can send them out there and they don't have equipment to compete with the other troops outside there. And we not only need to look at the forces outside, we also need to look at our military troops here in Kenya. Because we also want to make them comfortable. Because if they cannot take care of our boundaries here in Kenya, then we find that our enemies will get a way of penetrating and coming to our country. So I think it is important for the funds to be set aside to make sure that the troops that go outside for peacemaking missions are comfortable and have all the equipment that they need. Because we hear so many stories, and these are stories that are sad. When we lose our people because they miss or they lack equipment that can protect them, then I think we shall be failing as a country. So I stand to support. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Biego. Honorable Paul Biego is in the house. In his absence, Honorable Kimei. You have a microphone there.
Yes, yes,
Proceed.
yes. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to stand and support the motion and appreciate the Committee of Delegated Legislation for bringing in this motion concerning the National Peace Support Operations Fund. Honorable Speaker, our disciplined forces, the military, do so much to our country and the countries they are sent to. Honorable Speaker, they protect the civilians, they actively prevent conflicts, they strengthen security, they do so much. These are the people we celebrate a lot. These are the people who leave their families. They are given themselves fully and wholly to serve humanity. They are not only serving our country, they are serving the people of the world. For Kenya to be known internationally and even to be at par with other countries, our disciplined forces play a very vital role. In this case, I support more funding to them to have less risk in their lives. These forces need improved and modern equipment. In this time, in this era, other countries have improved equipment. We cannot compete with them in quotes favorably if we are using the old equipments, and therefore our forces will be celebrated more in the world if we improve their equipment. I would also say that their working conditions need to be improved, and this cannot happen if more funding is not added to them. Their families, who have also supported them and given them to Kenya and to the world, needs to be supported and to be looked into, needs to be compensated in a way. Our forces, the disciplined forces, are away from their families for long. And therefore, I also ask us to look into that as we look at their conditions, having modern equipments and the like. Let's also have part of this funding go to their families. And this one can only happen if their remuneration is improved, if their living standard is also improved. Honorable Speaker, when our forces are out there, as a woman, as a mother, I know their families are not at peace. They live in fear of the unknown and sometimes of the known. But when they have modern equipment, they feel that they are more safer. And as we continue praying for them, I pray that our troops be supported fully. And I cannot miss to say, Honorable Speaker, that the funding that today we are saying should be added, should be used prudently. Any form of corruption, we say no. But I know this ministry actually works hard, and whatever is given to them, they use it wisely. With that, Honorable Speaker, I support, and I believe with more training and adding capacity, they will be able to represent us well in the world. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. With that, I support the motion.
Abraham Kirwa of Mosop.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this mission on National Peace Support Operations Fund. Mr. Speaker, it is high time as a nation that we truly consider and support our troops as they go out on peace mission operations. Most of our youth and our young men who are enrolled in the military sacrifice so much as they look out for the peace of this country. And as such, we should not really be talking about should we approve or should we not. This fund should be a fund that should have been established a long time ago, Mr. Speaker, so that their interests when they are out of this country, let's say in Sudan, Somalia, or the other countries where they're going to make sure that the peace is maintained, they should never worry about where the funding is going to come from. And I want to suggest, even if we are going to approve, and we will approve this, Mr. Speaker, we make sure that it's ring-fenced, that the funding that will be used to make sure that the operations of this, of our soldiers out there is specifically meant to support those who are going out for peace missions. Kenya has been considered as one of the top countries in peace missions in Africa. And as such, we should continue to remain there. Now we've been overtaken by several other countries. Kenya has fallen from number one, that it used to be the number one country in peace mission keeping, to now we are about almost 7, 8, or 9. So as such, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion that we should approve the funding to allow our troops to be well prepared, to make sure that we have the up-to-date equipment that is going to help them to stand out there, and to make sure that they will never worry about the funding. I know that the United Nations has continuously supported, but for some reason or another, they have delayed.
Order. Honorable Mwafrika, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order 95. Since all members are in support of this motion, that you can call the mover to reply.
Very well. And I think at this juncture, our member has risen from his place and has stood on standing order number 95 that the mover be called upon to reply. Honorable, you may finish your speak, after which we call the mover to reply.
Mr. Speaker, I continue. So I stand to support this motion, Mr. Speaker, as many of our colleagues have supported, that Kenya should always be number one when it comes to peace mission keeping, because to assure ourselves that our region is safe, we need this funding. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion.
Mover, is the mover in the House? Yes, Honorable Bayer, proceed.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the move of the motion.
Order, there are two members up standing.
Oh.
Bayer, you may continue.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these regulations as tabled in reply are important regulations that will give our peacekeepers an opportunity to be able to operate and be aided and be given funds as money is available. As you know, Honorable Speaker, that a lot of what we have, operations of government, are by the Public Finance Management Act, which sometimes may restrict usage of funds because of the tight procedures that are involved. But these regulations allow our peacekeepers, allow our soldiers, allow those who have fallen, allow those who have been injured, and allow those that are going on missions to be considered for financing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would like to reply and request that this House approves these regulations. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We shall defer the question, putting of the question on that matter until the next session. But honorable members, the time now being 5:31, remember the Honorable Speaker did approve a motion by Honorable Member Bernard Kitur, MP, on adjournment on a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the insecurity in Lamu. is the Honorable Member in the House, Honorable Member Bernard. You have 10 minutes to move. You will have no seconder, and every member speaking on this motion will have 5 minutes. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to move the motion to adjourn on a definite matter on urgent national importance regarding the insecurity in Lamu. That is pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, where I seek leave the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing a matter of urgent national importance regarding the ongoing incidences of insecurity in Lamu County. Mr. Speaker, we've been witnessing desperate attacks of suspected terror groups and clandestine armed gangs in certain parts of the country, particularly in Lamu and Garissa counties. Recently, innocent residents of Salama and Juhudi villages in Lamu were treated to heinous and brutal attacks that have sincerely caused anxiety and that have gripped Kenyans at large with regard to the safety of the country. These terror groups also attacked KDF forces, and I would really say probably the security forces, using IEDs. Honorable Speaker, we just got some of this information through the media and alternative sources as well, of about 5 or more locals who were killed in the same attacks. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I rise to first of all sincerely condole with the families of those who lost their loved ones, of the police officers or security officers, through these cowardly, heinous acts. Of course, I would like to also stand in to also condole with the families of those who are now agonizing, those who are broken families, of course, those who have been injured, those who are in hospital, those who are now suffering emotionally, psychologically, the children, the family units have been broken. And therefore, as leaders of this country, it's important that the people of Lamu and the other regions who are going through such pain to know that as leaders and as leaders of this country, we feel their pain and we condole with them. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to appreciate, first of all, the work that the government has been able to do in regions that at the earlier part of this year, particularly in the North Rift, where there was serious banditry, but the government has been able to contain it to a greater extent and bring in development in those regions. And I feel what is now happening in Lamu, as we urge the government to really now put its foot in those areas, because the effect and the impact of these heinous cowardly acts by these terrorists has really affected the economic development or the ongoing development activities in many parts of Lamu. Equally, even the education and the social lives of the people in that region have seriously been affected. And therefore, it is important that we also, as leaders, as a government, as our government also takes this a bit seriously, because we are made to understand that as we speak right now, there are many internally displaced Kenyans in that part of the region, in a number of villages, who are now living in the schools that are there. I would like to appreciate the fact that we've had the government's presence in that place. However, when we saw some of those gory pictures of IED having exploded on vehicles that the security officers were using, it is our wish that the government invest more in armored vehicles in those particular areas when they are doing their continuous surveillance on those places where they are a bit porous. Mr. Speaker, I would wish as well to implore that not only the armored vehicles, but any other very important armaments that the security forces that are working in that areas be supplied with, so that we do not see what we've been witnessing of the recent past on those officers who are really injured using the IEDs. As I engaged also the people from those regions, Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest concerns is that there is need for government to also focus in development in the Lamu East and Lamu West. This is because most of these attacks that happens on IEDs, they happen not on tarmac roads. they happen in those roads that are, they are earth roads, where these people are able to implant these deadly devices just to cause terror and horror amongst the people. But of course, they won't win. There are other issues also that came up, Mr. Speaker, in my engagement with some of those people who are on ground, which I would wish to also highlight: the issue of several lands in the part of Lamu that have absentee landlords, huge tracts of land. In 2014, there was title deeds that had been revoked, but somewhat they were returned back. So there are huge tracts of land that are being developed because the landlords are never present in those places. I think this is an area that I want the government needs to look into so that we have development in those areas. Lastly, or as I continue, Mr. Speaker, there is the need for government to also bring into those places the NPRs, the police reservists, to train locals in those places to be able to protect themselves so that we are safe from the response by government when they have immediate attacks. The locals are able to protect themselves when they are faced with such unexpected attacks as has been happening of recent. Mr. Speaker, as well, there is need for collaborative efforts amongst the leaders as well from that region in Lamu, so that as they work together with the local leadership in that area, they should be able to manage. Because sometimes you see the differences that happens amongst leadership, and I would like to quote Martin Luther King once said, as I invoke his powerful words, when he says, "We must live together as brothers or perish together as fools. And in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." In that regard, I would like to implore the leaders who are in Lamu to come together with the security agencies so that we do not have leaders they're having push and pull instead of facing this one enemy that has come to create and destabilize the communities in that part of the region. Therefore, as I will be coming to an end in this, giving my last view on this matter, there is also the need that the locals in that place have been talking about the land demarcation. It has been long overdue, probably part of the things that they are facing right now. I want to also implore the government to support the internally displaced people who are now grouped themselves in schools and provide with them with the basic needs and support them. It is very sad that now we have in this country, because of this Yenias Act that happened recently, that now locals are losing a lot because they cannot be able to go to their farms. They go to their farms during the day, they go back home, they go back to the schools where they are in together as villagers, taking shelter in institutions that are there. And you find that at night, they claim that animals who are not being now tended go to their farms and destroy their livelihoods. In the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, I want to castigate completely this cowardly act and encourage the government to move in speedily to protect the people in that region and have a bigger collaborative efforts amongst the security teams to be able to protect the people of Lamu, though through those porous borders that are in those places. The government has been able to handle this before. We had terrible attacks in the past. Currently, we've had a relatively long period where there have never been any attacks. But of recent, the insurgency of these puts all of us in a risk. Because when Lamu is in a risk, when Turkana is in a risk of facing terrorist attacks, when North Mandera is in a risk, we are all facing the same risk. And therefore, I want to encourage the government to move with speed, and we need to also get this flawless information as well from the government to all of us to be able to be guided on what is happening towards protecting the Kenyans who are in Lamu and, of course, Garissa and those regions. Last but not least, I want them to stand and, as a leader, stand together in solidarity with all the people of Lamu County, all those that have been affected, even those soldiers whose families have been affected through this Yenias Act, the pain they are going through. I want them to know, as leaders of this nation, we stand by them, we pray with them, but of course, we will face this enemy together as one people. We will overcome for sure. We must then, together as one people in this country, stand together to protect our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance, and also that we can be able to ventilate together on this matter of national importance that is affecting all of us. And we are sure that as we work together as one country, we have been able to overcome several feats. In this one as well, we will surely overcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well. To have the first bite on this is Honorable Peter Salasia.
Speaker, as I just want to also to contribute on the motion that the honorable member has brought here in front of us, in front of the House. And indeed, I just want to pass my condolence to the family of the young people who lost their lives there in solidarity in keeping peace for this country. And indeed, it's very painful because in most cases, the people that you will find being the victims of such attacks that happens are the young people, more so the people who have just joined the service, maybe not even more than 1 year. And I think it's very also high time that as a ministry, they must also have to give guidance that before they send our young people in those hostile areas, they have also to check on the experience and on how they can handle such a matter. Going to the point, it is also very high. This is because you have not been having such kind of attacks from the Al-Shabaab, but it's only recently when there was opening up, the discussion of opening up of the border between Kenya and Somali, that we have started again receiving such kind of attacks in this country. And I think this is the highest moment that even before the government takes the full charge in terms of opening the boundary between Kenya and Somali, to start considering whether it is right, is it right for the country to open up the boundary between Kenya and Somali. And I think if this one persists, it's very high that we have to close that boundary between Kenya and Somali so that we can protect this country until that time when Somali will start experiencing independence and having peace. But unless, if it's not happening like that, we must compel the government to rethink about their decision. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Geoffrey Ruku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The security of our nation is paramount. We thank the security forces, military and police, for the work they have done over the years and the work they have continued to do to protect the internal and external territorial sovereignty or territorial respect of our nation. Mr. Speaker, for the security forces, for them to do this, they require proper equipment and proper training. Proper equipment comes with the proper investment, which comes from our coffers, so that they can have this equipment as well as training also, Mr. Speaker, will also be supported by all Kenyans through the coffers or the taxes which we pay as Kenyans. Any country or any nation where security is not properly taken care of, that country or that nation, Mr. Speaker, will sink, and the nations or the residents of that country will have a lot of problem. And we have seen this within our neighbors. Some of our neighbors, and I don't want to mention the names, have experienced problems from 1990s, 80s up to now because of the failure of security. Whatever has happened in Lamu, in the coast, a few days ago, is something which needs to be looked at, and I am sure we have competent security people who must be working seriously at the moment to ensure that is done. As a House, Mr. Speaker, we must assure them our total support as they put their act in order. I know this country has invested in armored vehicles, and some of these areas, let's ensure the soldiers, the police officers, the paramilitary, the people trained to handle this kind of security situation, are properly given the tools which can be able to protect the security officers. Armored vehicles which we have, let them be deployed in some of these areas. We saw the vehicle which those security officers were using. It was not really an armored vehicle. Let's encourage the managers of our security sector to explore ways of ensuring these areas are manned by armored vehicles. We know they are there. The government has invested in this in the past. Let them be deployed in the most appropriate way. Mr. Speaker, I sit in the Committee of Delegated Registration, which have just forwarded the funding of military, though that agenda has been deliberated, is that we have to do all what it takes. The military which is within our borders and that is outside of our borders must be supported. But at the same time, we must ask ourselves a question. Are we getting value for money? We have seen other military in the other parts of the world, what they do. We also want to encourage the generals which we have in our barracks today, that this country has a lot to take care of. The resources, they're not only going to come from the internal resources, we must also exploit other external resources within our region. This investment, Mr. Speaker, cannot just be investment in fame. Why do we need to spend money to have our forces in Eastern Congo? Why do we need to invest money to have our forces in Somalia? That investment must yield returns, and it's upon the generals we have to come up with the strategies on how our investment can yield return through the security they are offering in across the boundaries. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support this special motion. Thank you.
Very well. The Honorable Gabriel Tongoyo, Chair Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, from the very onset, I want to appreciate my colleague MP for Nant Hill for bringing up this very important motion to the House so that members can able to discuss and ventilate on a matter of grave national importance as such as this. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, I am the chair of Administration and National and Internal Security, and this is a matter that is quite much known to me. And I want to start by passing my condolences to the families and our friends who actually lost their lives defending Kenyans. And at the same time, I want to congratulate our security officers and personnel wherever they are, both those who are operating locally and in the regions, for continuously working day and night to keep Kenya safe. Mr. Speaker, it's true, we had the incidents of insecurity and terrorist attack in Lamu and even some other pockets of northeastern part in the recent past, in a place known as Salama Village in Lamu West. The official data, as it is, we had lost about 22 Kenyans, including 4 KDF and about 7 civilians. those at least who are recorded, and other members of the NPS and our general security agencies. It's good to note that we have been having what we call a multi-agency operation in Lamu, Mboni Forest, for quite some time now, which the government of Kenya has been putting resources to ensure that we manage our borders and the volatile areas, such as Lamu. Mr. Speaker, it is very regrettable that such an incident has happened, but I want to report that ever since the minister in charge for the security, Honorable Kindiki, had visited the area severally, and there is a lot there's a lot of positive improvement. The situation as it is calm for now. We have managed to bring the situation to calm, and our security agencies are on top of things. There's been alleged act of terrorist, Al-Shabaab, but Mr. Speaker, the reports are there could be even a mixture of some local elements that have also taken advantage of the situation. Some elements of criminals that has been having some kind of relation to some land injustices, which has been, of course, attributed to the same. The CS had been visiting that place for quite some time now. Tomorrow, the KDF and the IG will be en route to the same area to assess the situation and give support to the officers. Mr. Speaker, it's true that it's very regrettable to have had the situation and lost even the life of Kenyans. It is a situation that as a committee and even as a country, we have continuously been putting resources. Even in the just ended supplementary 2, we managed to do an additional 200 million to at least facilitate the officers who are operating in that areas. In the supplementary 1, there was also about to have $1 billion put. And even in this financial year, there was almost a tune of 1.6 billion. That is to really able to enable the officers able to carry their work effectively. As we really regret this incident to have happened, we should celebrate that even the situation in the North Rift, which was equally a very sad situation, has really improved and even can be attested by the majority of members who come from such regions. The members of the public has gone back to their farming.
Give Chair 1 minute.
On behalf, I want to assure Kenyans that the government is on top of it. The situation as it is for now is calm. And we, as even the member who brought up the motion, the government is really having a long plan, short and long-term plan, to ensure that the security in the region is really able to be put in place. It's good to report that the President has reported modernization of our police security to a tune of about that 5 billion, so that we can able to acquire new technology, we can able to have even unmanned vehicles, we can able to have armed vehicles, armed RAPs, and even gunshot helicopters, so that our officers can able to respond on time to such instances. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the security is really a very expensive endeavor. I want to challenge the members in this House that we continuously, given our role as members of Parliament, as a House, that one of our responsibilities is to allocate resources, that we continue prioritizing putting resources into our security agencies and operation in the country, so that we can able to have our officers well facilitated and enabled to carry such very delicate operations. So I want to join our members really to condole and condemn the act of terror, but at the same time want to assure all of us that the government is on top of it. Our security officers are working around the clock to ensure that Kenyans are protected and live in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bishop Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I read a book by a Chinese philosopher and military strategist, most of us might have read, The Art of War. He said, and I quote, "Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat." End of quote. National security is the ultimate responsibility of the national government. This we cannot overstate it, Mr. Speaker. But I think a time has come that patriotism, every citizen in this country has the responsibility to secure our nation. In most cases, some of the very dangerous threats to our country comes from without and across our borders. But across the same borders are communities of Kenyans who spill over to the neighboring countries. And in some areas, some of these particular communities are fully aware and they know there are people they can identify who are new individuals who can pose for a threat. I am suggesting, and I opine, Mr. Speaker, that the security, internal security, and also our national defense forces should involve communities around and capacitate them to participate on matters security across the border. We have, for example, in the border we share with Tanzania, we have the Maasai community spilling over onto the other side. On the northern part, bordering Ethiopia, we have communities that are living within Kenya and they have relatives on the other side. We have also in Mount Elgon and our western Kenya, they spill over to the neighboring country. One of the issues that have been coming up most of the time is that there has been a cooperation between the citizen and the agencies of security. I wish, as we condole with the families that have lost their loved ones because of these attacks, that we remind ourselves that we need to revisit our strategy and employ better tactics as we manage insecurity in this country. We know Kenya is a free and warm country in terms of relationship and welcoming in the region. I think it is time, Mr. Speaker, that we take a moment and take the issue of security more seriously in order to secure our borders and our communities in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nyomi Wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important motion, as I also thank the honorable member who has brought it with a lot of passion to all of us. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a motion that needs our support because of what is currently happening. And we know very well that for the last few weeks, we've lost a lot of, or quite a number of our soldiers who are fighting on our behalf. And it is important for us to know that when we send our troops to these areas that are quite dangerous, they have sacrificed a lot. And again, it takes a lot of passion from them and patriotism.
Order. Honorable member, you are crisscrossing the floor. Just go back. In fact, and you did it twice. Let him go back and just do the correct thing. Let him proceed back, honorable member who's on his feet. Go back and just come back to the house in an orderly way. Please, please. Don't crisscross the house. This is a house of rules, order. It's not a marketplace, please. Thank you, Honorable. You may proceed, Honorable Nyomi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I was saying that our troops, when we send them to some of these areas, it has taken them a lot of courage and sacrifice, and some of them have young families, and they're exposed to a lot of danger. They leave their families when they are not sure of coming back, and as a result of that, many children have been orphaned and young women have been widowed. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that we can now say at the moment is to condone with the families that are affected and also request the government to give them all the necessary support that these families need. Number one, they are psychologically traumatized, and so they need some counseling and better support. And even when we send them, special grants should be put aside so that in case of anything, the families can be attended to urgently, and as we release them, the type of equipments that are used, Mr. Speaker, sir, especially the vehicles that they use. You know, your enemies always look at your weak areas, and they capitalize on that. And of late, they have realized that even the vehicles that our troops use are not maybe strong enough. And so, majority of them have lost their lives while they are going to serve Kenyans or to give service to where they are. And so we should be ready. I'm glad that the chairman has reported that in this budget and in all our budgets, they have been considered. But it is my prayer that even going forward, enough budget will be set aside so that we can be able to take care of our soldiers. Mr. Speaker, Article 27 says every person has equal right before the law and have equal opportunity, meaning that even the soldiers have equal right to life and they need to be protected. As they protect the lives of others, they are also supposed to be protected. And that is the responsibility of our government, and it is high time that Kenyans change their tactics and see how best we can protect our troops within and without the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, currently the families suffer in different ways. Special consideration should be done for the families, and especially the young women who are widowed and the orphans who are left behind by these heroes. I support. Thank you.
Honorable Tindi Mwale.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, pia mimi nachangia katika hii mada ya ukosefu wa usalama katika Lamu County. Bwana Spika, utapata ya kwamba wakati hakuna usalama katika eneo lolote, tutapata ya kwamba ni wamama, watoto na vijana ambao wanateseka zaidi. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, naanza na kushukuru mwenzangu ambaye ni mbunge kutoka eneo la Lamu kwa kuleta hii mada na hii mswada ya kuongelelea maneno ya usalama katika kaunti yetu ya Lamu. Na sio Lamu peke yake Bwana Spika. Usalama haupo katika nchi ya Kenya. Kuna maeneo mengi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya ambayo imeonekana ya kwamba watu wanateseka, wengine wanapoteza maisha, wengine hata wananajisiwa.
Yes, what's your point of order?
I have heard my colleague say that this motion was brought by a member of parliament from Lamu. I think it needs to be corrected that I'm not a member of parliament from Lamu. I'm the member of parliament from Nandi Hills. So
Yes, so
You may proceed, Honorable Tindi.
Nilimaanisha Nandi, ni vile yeye alisikia Lamu. Sorry, lakini sasa nimerudia, ni mbunge kutoka Nandi County. Asante sana kwa kurekebisha haya. Bwana Spika, nikiendelea utapata ya kwamba kwa sisi kupata ya kwamba uchumi unaendelea katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, lazima tuimarishe maneno ya usalama. Kwa sababu usalama kama haupo, hata shule wanafunzi hawawezi enda, wanabiashara hawezi fanya biashara. Utapata mambo mengi yanazungukwa na usalama ambao unafaa uzingatiwe na serikali. Bwana Spika, utapata tuko na vifaa katika idara yetu ya polisi, tuko na vifaa katika idara yetu ya jeshi. Hizo vifaa za vita zimenunuliwa na pesa ushuru ya wananchi. Kwa nini, Bwana Spika, hizo vifaa zisitolewe ziende huko Lamu ama mahali popote Kenya ambapo kuko na insecurity ile ukosefu wa usalama? Hizo vifaa zitumike kulinda hao wananchi ambao wanalipa ushuru. Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, tuko na wanajeshi wa Kenya ambao wamepelekwa kulinda huko Kongo. Tumeona juzi kwa vyombo za habari, serikali ya Kongo ambayo inaongozwa na Rais Tshisekedi hawataki hao wanajeshi wakuwe huko Kongo. Mbona usirudishe wanajeshi wa Kenya tuwatume hapa Lamu walinde wananchi wa Kenya na watulindie usalama? Kwa hivyo, Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono ya kwamba usalama katika kaunti ya Lamu uzingatiwe, na mahali popote ambapo hakuna usalama katika nchi yetu ya Kenya iangaliwe ya kwamba usalama unanawiri, na pia wananchi waishi wakijua kwamba tuko na vijana wetu, tuko na wanajeshi na polisi ambao wamepewa ile itikadi ya kulinda maisha na vifaa na kila kitu ambayo iko katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hayo machache, Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono hiyo mswada. Asante sana.
Very well. The Honorable Member for Wajir South, Mohammed Ado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. From the onset, I would like to send my heartfelt condolences to the families of our gallant soldiers who died while defending our land. This menace of Al-Shabaab and the armed groups that are wreaking havoc not just in Lamu, but also in northeastern Kenya, where we've seen attacks in Mandera, Wajir, and Garissa counties in the past few weeks. This is the work of not just Al-Shabaab fighters who have crossed over from Somalia, but also homegrown elements who are assisting them in traversing the terrain, which they know very little about. And there's a need for concerted effort by not just the government, but also from the public to fight these people once and for all. Because if they get a foothold in our country, we are going to see much more brazen attacks that are going to jeopardize the peace and security that we so much cherish in this country. And Mr. Speaker, we are sitting on a ticking time bomb when you look at the thousands of young people in those marginal areas where this group is now operating in. Talking about places like Lamu, Mandera, Garissa, Wajir. And their target is to recruit as many of our young people as possible in their campaign of violence. And if we don't do something about that, then it is going to be to our detriment. And Mr. Speaker, so far, we've had the National Police Reservists at the forefront of defending this country. They are people who've been chosen because of their knowledge of the terrain and the people and the language. And while some of them have been armed, others have not been armed, which makes them like
sitting ducks when it comes to fighting this group effectively. And there is a need to remunerate them better than they are right now, because we've seen, and particularly in my constituency, whenever they receive their remuneration, sometimes it passes 3 months before they are given their dues, they get deductions from senior police officers, and that is unacceptable. We need to give them proper uniform, proper training, and properly remunerate them so that they form the first line of defense to ensure that we do not get these attacks going forward. And Mr. Speaker, no amount of conventional warfare will work against this group. In the course of doing journalism over the past 25 years, I've covered groups like Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb. And these people are not only smooth and far-reaching, but also very difficult to detect. They make their entry even before their presence in a place is known. And we should not look at them like any other security threat. We are facing an existential threat, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I do not agree with those who are arguing that the Somali-Kenya border should not be opened as planned by the government because these criminal elements are not passing through official crossings, which gives our gallant forces the chance to identify those who are coming to Kenya for good and those who are coming to Kenya to try and harm us. I would like at this point to thank our security forces who have so far been very, very steadfast in fighting these groups. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Mgwen, Honourable Joseph Lelmegit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the motion of adjournment to discuss insecurity in Lamu and the northeastern part of Kenya, put forward by the Honorable Member for Nandi Hills, Honorable Bernard Kitur. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I would like to pass my message of condolence to the families affected, to the young souls that were lost in this attack. Secondly, I would like, in the movie that I saw, I thought this only happens in movies, Mr. Speaker, but this is real life and there are real issues. As we grow, we see them in reality. There is a movie, it's called We Were Soldiers. And these commandants, one of the commandants, before they went to war, he promised his platoon that I will be the first to touch the ground and I'll be the last to leave the place, the scene. And he would not leave any soldier behind. The kind of dedication, the kind of sacrifice, the kind of endurance that these soldiers passed through is enormous. And the reason why they swore after their training and in their service, they swore that they would protect this nation, whatever may, at whatever the cost. We should also, as a government, be true to the same word and swear or take care of their welfare, protect them. For example, in the recent event that occurred, I tend to believe that we should have had better machines which can detect landmines with the current technology that we have at the moment, give them more sophisticated weapons so that they can help them fight the Al-Shabaab within the Lamu region. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, Lamu region, there is a big chunk of forest, like the Bohoni. I think so as long as the Bohoni forest exists, we will still lose our people, we will lose our soldiers. I want to encourage the government, as part of the income generating activity, to clear that forest in Lamu, Mr. Speaker, so that we can even use the same money to plow back to the economy of this country. Once that forest is cleared at least we can have a peaceful area within Lamu region. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there are several cases of land injustices within Lamu region. Maybe we call upon the NLC to come together, the government to help resettle those people because they take advantage and bring in those vices. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, during deployment, as part of the welfare of this, taking care of the welfare of these soldiers, deployment, we have to have experienced soldiers to lead the new recruits so that with the experience they have, they could easily prevent such issues from occurring. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we need to have social support desks for these soldiers. They go through serious frustrations with the war, the kind of deaths they experience. We need to have them. They undergo serious frustrations and even take care of their families. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, on the compensation issues, we need to have a proper package for compensations for soldiers whenever we experience a number of deaths. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, I would want also to question the employment criteria of our NIS. Every time NIS has been accused, allegedly, for employing children from rich families. How can you send rich kids to do the security issues? They can't stay at night protecting the poor people. So I would want to encourage and advise so that next time they follow the right procedures in employing these security forces for intelligence reasons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Very well. Next to speak on this is the Honorable Yusuf Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion. This issue today is a weighty issue, an issue that we need to discuss seriously. Al-Shabaab has been with us. We know the damage it caused to this country. We can remember vividly what happened in Westgate, Garissa University, and so many other places. So many people, young people, promising, have lost their life due to Al-Shabaab. Today, as we speak, it is not only about Lamu County that are at risk. If you ask me, the whole of in Nairobi or all over in Kenya, we have a problem in our hand. But how do we prevent this issue, especially the Al-Shabaabs coming in and waging a war in our own homeland? What we need to do is the following. For me, I believe a home ground solution is the only way to detect, to avert, and to prevent this Al-Shabaab menace. If we can remember very well, after the Garissa University, the government of Kenya decided to have a different approach on how they used to deal with Al-Shabaab before, by remunerating, employing NBRs and a people called by the name Mawisley, who are always on the forefront of all the border areas. These people were initially being remunerated well, paid well, but I don't know what happened recently. Things changed. Those people decided to leave those areas. And we are experiencing Al-Shabaab menace all over. In Mandera, in Wajir, in Garissa, in Lamu, and who knows where next. I want us to visualize and think of what happened during those times. Are we ready for the tragedies that happened during those times? No. If no, what this government needs to do is to remunerate, motivate first the first line of defense, which are NPRs, to the special forces who are doing also great job in our borders. The special forces initially were given extra allowances, but for the last 10 months, those allowances were not paid, according to the information we have from the ground. So what comes out of that? Exit from the security side. If a person is not motivated, a person who is defending you, who is defending this country, who is sleeping outside every night because only to defend and secure this country is not motivated well, then you can imagine what else can we invest in this country. Security should have been the first thing. For a country to be secure, you must invest in the security agencies. You must invest in all other that comes with it. So as we must have a secure border. I want to echo my brother here, Honorable Ado. Some people are saying the borders should not be open. The borders should be opened for the youth of those areas who could have been recruited by the Al-Shabaabs to get jobs. And the security officers shall be remunerated well so that they are also motivated and they can secure our borders. For that few remarks, I support the motion. Thank you.
Very well. Let's have the Honorable Augustine Mwafrika Roysambu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am a firm believer that Al-Shabaab or the attackers, they can never be ahead of the government. No matter how sophisticated weapons they may have, I believe that there is no way they can be ahead of the government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a grave matter. We understand that villagers in Lamu are fleeing because of the attacks. Most of the members here have talked about the armored vehicles. That is okay, and I support that. But I would like to make an additional call to our security agents and the government about coming up with a detector of the weapons they are using, the IEDs, because there are two common ways. The tactics they are using, I have identified to be two commonly ones. That is, either the assailants are armed or by use of the IEDs. So if the government or our security agents can come up with a detector, it will be very good, because before they drive, our security agents drives within those areas. First of all, they use the detectors to know if there are any hidden those IEDs. That would be easy, Mr. Speaker. So I make a call that the government or our security agents to come up with a detector. Mr. Speaker, here we may talk about those who have been killed, but there are so many others who have been left injured. I would like to request the government also to take care of the injured. Most of the injured are the innocent Kenyans innocent Kenyans who probably have nothing to do with that fight. So innocent, and they have been left injured. We are requesting the government to take care of them. And Mr. Speaker, I'm also supporting those who are making a call for our soldiers in Congo to be withdrawn, to be brought back to Kenya so that they can be deployed within those areas. Because it is not right that some of our areas, that is mostly Ramu and Garissa, they had an attack, and we have offered a support to our neighbor country. Mr. Speaker, before we offer that support, we need to be safe back here in our country. So it doesn't matter, even if those soldiers who have been deployed to Congo, if they are brought back and they are deployed to Ramu, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter, even if it means the ratio of 1:10, provided, Mr. Speaker, we don't hear any more attacks within those areas, because we can only be able to progress when our country is peaceful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Pamela Njoki-Njeru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, as much as we thank the government for the credible job being done matter security in our nation, I wish to reiterate that our security should not be compromised whatsoever. Honorable Speaker, as a member of Embu County and the Embu County Women Representative, and on behalf of the Embu community, I wish to convey my sincere condolences to the community of Lamu following the recent attacks that has led to loss of lives.
Pamela Njoki-Njeru, as much as possible, speak on this matter. Don't read a speech.
Yes,
Proceed.
sir. Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was in the line of giving my condolences on behalf of the Embu community following the recent attacks. Honorable Speaker, during the recent attacks in Lamu by the suspected gangs and terror attacks that has led to loss of lives and people being homeless and a lot of pain from women to children, Honorable Speaker, I wish to state that it is the high time the government equipped the KDF forces and other security agencies with the best machineries and ammunitions available so that indeed our country can remain safe. Honorable Speaker, the school-going children are expected to go back from midterm next week, from 3rd of July, and already in the areas of Lamu, we already know that they don't have anywhere to stay, they cannot go back to school. Honorable Speaker, I wish to state that the government should work and act in speed so that at least this matter can be resolved as fast as it can be done. In Salama and Juhud villages, we have had reports of loss of lives and even people who have already been pained enough and have been left homeless. Honorable Speaker, I wish to state that the government should move in as much as possible with a lot of speed and ensure that we, the people of Kenya, the people of Lamu, can stay in peace. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I wish to state that the government should explore the strategy of winners. Honorable Speaker, when exploring the secret of winners by the government should know that the life strategy matters most in the approach to circumstances and situations for us to be a winner or a champion. Honorable Speaker, the government needs to stay in the mood of lions. The mood of lions is the mood for winners. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Joseph Oyula Butula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice to these insecurity issues. Mr. Speaker, may I start by sending my condolences to the families of the young officers who were killed in the recent attack in Lamu. Mr. Speaker, in fact, one of the officers who passed on comes from my constituency. He was a young officer who was just around 25 years of age, and we just lost him through this terrorism. Mr. Speaker, it's a high time that the government came up with a way of wiping out this insecurity in these areas. Lamu was once a good place to visit, but these days, Lamu has deteriorated alongside Mandera, Garissa, Wajir. Mr. Speaker, this having happened through landmines, I want to support what one honorable member said, that there should be a detector. Whenever these vehicles carrying soldiers are ahead, there should be a vehicle that can identify or detect some of these landmines, which end up harming our young officers. Mr. Speaker, the time is ripe now for the government to take decisive action to make sure that we do not lose many officers as it has been in the past. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion, and I will urge the government to take it seriously to ensure that in future our armed officers are properly taken care of. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I would also want to ask the government to move very fast in releasing compensation to the families of the deceased. The families of the deceased are left in a very awkward situation with a lot of pain. So anything that can soften them up should be released as soon as possible. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you again and thank the honorable member who brought this motion for discussion in this House. Let us ask the government to act promptly. Thank you.
Very well. The Honorable Abdi Ali Ijara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute in this adjournment motion of discussing insecurity issues in Lamu County and the entire Northeastern, more particularly Garissa County, from the constituency I represent. First and foremost, I want to send my condolences on behalf of Ijara constituency, the families who lost their loved ones, the KDF's forces. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, Ijara constituency, we have lost one KDF officer who was based in Ijara constituency because of this attack that happened in Handaro location. The name of that officer is called Saddam Abdullah. He comes from a humble family in a place called Hara in Masalani division. Also, one of the officer who got injured is from Ijara constituency in the recent Lamu attack by the name Abdurrahman Ahmed Bashir. As you know that this Al-Shabaab is a very dangerous terrorist organization, and if you just see it, the entire northern Kenya, we are lagged behind in terms of development, including even we don't have basic things like roads, electricity, network. If I just take a clear example in Ijara constituency, we don't have networks in places like Andaro, Ilkambere, Gedulun, and those are areas which are near to the Lamu, to the Boni forest, and that is where they always hide these Al-Shabaabs. And because of that, Ijara constituency and the entire northern counties, they don't access the basic NGOs. Those NGOs, they don't access our areas just because of a narrative called insecurity. So by improving the security situation, we will be able to have more NGOs coming to support our communities, I mean the cross-border NGOs. Going forward, the solution I request or I urge the government to do is equipping of more NPRs. If you see most of our NPRs, they don't have motivation. They don't get proper motivation. They only earn 5,000 a month. And that 5,000, it only comes after 2 months. There's delay of salaries. So because of that, they are not motivated. Also, the other challenges the NPRs are facing is because of the identification. You will see an NPR which has the uniform of our police working, and in the process they might meet with the KDF, our KDF forces, and in the process the KDF they beat our NPRs just because they don't have an identification tags to show that these are genuine NPRs. And just because of that, these NPRs are really exposed to that. Even Al-Shabaabs, if you see our area, a place called in Sangole, we have 8 NPRs who are earning salaries for the last 1 year, but they don't have guns. And these Al-Shabaab, they know that these are the people who are NPRs. The other solution that I want the government to take is to have what's called organized and legalized local militia by the name Mawisley. This is a homegrown solution that will help our people. Our people, more particularly Ijara people, are ready to defend their nation, their land, so further the government support. Because of that, I support this motion. Thank you.
Did you say you also have a militia? Next to speak on this is Honorable Francis Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity for me to also add my voice on this national issue, which is dear to me. Having worked in this system for a very long time, I really feel passionate about this subject matter. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the mover of this motion, Mheshimiwa Honorable Bernard Kitur, Nandi Hills, for articulating this issue very clearly. I want to thank him because it's a national issue and he has come out to really tell the world that we need to talk about this issue. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to also send my condolences to the families and the soldiers who have lost life during this operation. Mr. Speaker, I've been watching on the TV the kind of agony which our people are facing in Lamu. People have been displaced. And yesterday I was watching them being returned to the original places. I'm not even sure whether those places are safe now to go back to. But Mr. Speaker, I want to express my sympathy on this particular issue. Mr. Speaker, I am a member of our National Administration and Internal Security, and I want to support my chairman. And Mr. Speaker, if my chairman has spoken on several issues, I really wouldn't like to go through what he has said. But I want to support him, that we in the committee are really supporting our security forces. And in the recent budgetary process, we were able to enhance their finances. Mr. Speaker, but I want to speak here today as a member of Soti constituency. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, we buried a young man who was working with KDF by name Justus Kipkorir To, a very young soul. And Mr. Speaker, it was a very sad moment to have lost this young man who left a widow, a very young widow. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I would like to support whatever my colleagues have said, that we need to look at the compensation to these lost souls. Mr. Speaker, a lot of issues came out during that funeral. One, and which people are asking me, and I want to say this, is about the criteria which the system use to identify officers who are going to this battlefront. This young man, Mr. Speaker, only joined the service in 2021. And Mr. Speaker, people are expressing their doubts whether these people are experienced enough to go and be in the forefront. People are also asking me hard questions. One was about the kind of living conditions in which our officers are living. And Mr. Speaker, we are going to discuss this in our committee. As a member of the committee, I would like to discuss this issue. But Mr. Speaker, I want to mention one person who has done a very good job in this government. And this is the CS Administration and Internal Security, Professor Kindiki Kindure. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that he has been able to stop the wanton destruction of lives in the North Rift, and that we are now reporting peaceful areas of the Rift Valley, the northern part of our country. And I want to thank him for doing this. We also I want to say that we in the committee are advocating also for modernization of whatever equipment our officers are using. And
very well, you have had your bite, and I want to encourage the members to be as brief as possible to allow all the members have a bite on this. Let's have Honorable Dido Raso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on onset, I want to thank Honorable Bernard from Nandi Hills for this special motion. Honorable Speaker, some of our colleagues are saying, let us return forces from the African Union mission in Congo, in Somalia, and all that. Those forces should remain where they are. Terrorism is the weapon of the weak against the strong. And the issue of planting IEDs, attacking isolated villages sporadically, is just showing the weakness of Al-Shabaab. Honorable Speaker, you may wish to know that Al-Shabaab is being chased out of Somalia. They are defeated, they are on the run. So as Kenya, we should not give them the sanctuary. So far, over the last 2 months, we have lost close to 21 persons, 10 KDF, 5 KPR, and 5 civilians. That is not a small number by
enemies. For that reason, I want to say that the Kenyan people, because terrorism is about targeting the people when they are vulnerable, and a good example is the attack on Garissa University in 2015. So for that reason, our people must rise up, particularly the people of the North. We should not just leave it to the security forces to handle these things. By providing intelligence to government, by volunteering where to picket, by actually putting more of our people, particularly those elders, those imams who can talk to the youth. The issue of Al-Shabaab actually rides on radicalization. So long as we don't address the issue of radicalization and people are helping this particular thing to thrive, then we may continue to face this menace. Honorable Speaker, I want to join Honorable Sigei saying that Professor Kindiki is doing a good job. What we want to ask the government, particularly on the side of mobility for our police, because we are seeing MRAPs being used, that is mine action vehicles, mine plated. We have APCs. I think we want to have more of that so that our soldiers are not on soft-skin land cruisers and lorries where they can easily be targeted with IEDs. There are those who are saying, let us use gadgets to pick out the IEDs. It may be quite difficult at this point in time. What is important is vigilance, a rapid changeover of our soldiers, so that those who have finished 6 months in those operational areas can be relieved, so that at every point in time, we have fresh boots on the ground. Honorable Speaker, the attacks in northeast Kenya and coast comes at a time where the CS Defense is Aden Duale, NIS Director General is Nuruddin Haji, CID Director is Amin Mohamed, DIG Nur Gabo, DMI Major General Burje. These are among the most qualified people who I think Al-Shabaab have made a big mistake that the people of the North, actually I think they are up to the task. I call on these honorable men that we count on them. We count on their expertise for them to help Kenya in the hour of need. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Farah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I also wish to weigh on this issue. It's very close to our hearts. And we know the problem, those of us who come from the north and the contiguous districts of Lamu and Tana River. As a matter of fact, my two very good young men here, I don't know whether I should call them my sons because they're all younger than my, except the first one is older than my son. Honorable Yaqub and Honorable Ali of Ijara. They have a very tough task right now, just navigating through their constituencies to be able to give attention to their constituencies and see how they can deliver development. They literally have to go with a convoy of security men and women. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy. I've had Sigei. Sigei was a DC in Garissa when we were going through a similar problems many years back in the 90s. And we did a fantastic job then. The manner in which you deal with these people has got to be very specialized, and Kala Russell will tell you that. You don't use a conventional force. When you say bring up back our forces, this is not numbers. They go in small numbers of 5, 4, 6, and they carry out these problems. They don't go in thousands. They don't face the forces in a frontal attack. They hide. The best way to deal with them, and I want my colleagues also to support me on this, is for us, first of all, to create our own Ma'usley, which is our own KPR. And our own KPR is in a position to track them and smoke them out of wherever they go in. In my constituency now, the Honorable Yakub will tell you that there's nobody there. There's not a single Al-Shabaab in my constituency. We flush them out. And I spend my own resources to send those young men to follow them on foot and track them. And just the other day, they tried to attack outside Hame, and you heard what happened to them. 4 of them were brought down. These 2 young men get the same support, and we put in resources into that and pay the KPRs better than we do now. Because our KPR do not get paid anything. They get paid a very paltry 5,000 shillings a month, and that does not even come for 6 months, 7 months sometimes in a row. If we put a little bit of more resources into that, we give them a little bit of a more firepower in that, and we follow them up also with provisions, food, bullets, and the rest of them, we can finish this at the minimum cost, and we can literally smoke them out, flush them out, and get rid of them. A young man who grew up in the lake region or grew up in the mountain region, who went and trained in Kiganjo and comes out there as a police officer, and you tell him to track such hardened criminals, you are sentencing them to death sentence. It is not fair. It's not fair at all for these young people to be sent after these hardened, seasoned, very, crooked guys, because they will just ambush. And they will put the IEDs everywhere they can. And the IEDs have the capacity to be put in underground there. I almost lost my life when I was campaigning last time because there was an attempt on that. And they hide somewhere in the bushes there and blow up whenever the vehicle passes on that place. But if they were being chased on foot by people who know them, I don't know if you have a Pokot member of parliament in here. We could also do with a few members of the Pokot community also in the security forces, the Turkana, and what do you call and some of those people who have had a similar situation like ours. We've chased them and we smoked them out, the Borans, the Somalis. These are the people, give me just a few more minutes, 2 more minutes. These are the people who basically know how to deal with that. This is not a conventional force. Homegrown, you need to get people who understand the way they work and put a little bit of resources into those people. We'll flush them out. They'll get rid of them all. You don't need any sophisticated military mechanism and the rest of it. We just need to be smart. So I'm.
No, thank you. I've had your bite. Members have been here, senior. So let me have Honorable Jackson Lekumontori, Samburu, yes. He's also a person from those areas. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to support this motion. Honorable Speaker, this issue has been there for quite some time, and we have lost many of our soldiers over a period of time. And Honorable Speaker, Al-Shabaab can be from outside as well as from within. These are young people from all over Kenya. Recently, Honorable Speaker, I was surprised some people who are caught up by the military personnel coming from Samburu even. There are even those from those areas. And I think, Honorable Speaker, sometimes maybe we get information from the outside world that Al-Shabaabs are going to attack somewhere. And I think even our military intelligence, Mr. Speaker, they need really to be empowered because these guys are hitting within. And if you look at the issue of Lamu, Mr. Speaker, we lost so many people. And if you see the situation currently in Lamu, it is a pathetic one. People are not sleeping. In fact, yesterday I was watching from the television that the people are really worried when it comes to night. They have to go and sleep in schools. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it is very important. And when we are discussing these issues, because if Lamu is not safe, nobody is safe, Mr. Speaker. And the Al-Shabaab menace, unless the government is coming strongly to deal with this issue, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very important for us to support the government, the military personnel, so that we can have peace within our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the chance.
Very well. 2 minutes. Let's give to Honorable Paul Biego. Please, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And first and foremost, I must congratulate my brother who brought this motion, Honorable Kitur, because as much as how he's coming from the North Rift, he has brought an issue of national importance. Mr. Speaker, sir, insecurity in the entire northeastern, especially Lamu, has become something of our concern. And I also echo the sentiments made by earlier members that we need to have gadgets which detect the IEDs. We also need to equip our guards or our security personnel with armored vehicles. And taking into consideration that these children of our parents, and they are needed in society, Mr. Speaker, sir. Their parents also and their children and families need them, so it's very important for us to give them proper ammunition. I would also like to comment on the government for the initiative which they put forward, like forming the task force, the Marende task force, of course, which was addressing the issue of welfare, and again on the issue on financial independence. Mr. Speaker, sir, I must commend the government for that, and I also take this opportunity to thank all members who have actually put their point across the same way I'm doing. So I support. Thank you.
Finally, the Honorable Jamatia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to join my fellow members who have spoken before me and give credit to the mover of the motion. And I also want to say that it is high time for Kenya to take up this challenge, especially the government, and take responsibility on this matter of Al-Shabaab. Honorable Farah alluded before that there are better ways to deal with this matter, which is mainly homegrown. I want to say I have also been having the same problems from my home, Baringo, on issues of bandits, and it is very clear that when the community take up this matter, it is easily dealt with, and it can be, taken by force, because they understand these people. These are criminals that most likely grew in the same environment. And I want to also say, for our KDF, as much as they are doing a lot, we need to support them through the intelligence information and act as fast as possible to avert the terror attacks that they are always planning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honorable members, let's be upstanding. And the time being 7:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 4th July 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
ni pesa ngapi ndio tujue ni pesa ngapi uliacha.
Okay, huko models hapo wataanza kulia. Sijui model hapo unaweza model siku mzima na unalipa 5,000.
5,000. Tunaweza model siku mzima ulipwe 5,000.
Hapa. Watu wanachezwa.
Mazee. Asante sana. Thank you for joining us for another classic episode of the Weekend Edition.